Good morning, everyone. Welcome to BeyondX. We welcome all those of you who have joined us in person and would just like to give a few housekeeping rules. Please note that this event will be broadcast live, so we would appreciate if you switch all your mobile phones to silent. And in light of the ongoing COVID pandemic, to please keep your face mask on at all times, as well as observe safe distancing as far as is practicable. We'll be starting in a few more minutes, so those of you who are here in person, if you'd like to take your seats. Thank you. Once again, a very warm welcome to those of you who have just joined us for this event here at SUTD. We will be going live in a couple of minutes, so we invite you to take your seats. And as this event will be streamed live over YouTube, just a little reminder to please switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Once again, just a reminder to keep your face mask on at all times and maintain a safe distancing as far as is practicable. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emerick Lau, and I'm your MC for the day. And on behalf of the organizers of BeyondX, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. As part of our security measures, there are some things that we'd like you to note. The washrooms are located at level 1. In the event of an emergency, please note that the emergency exits are here on the left and right of Parkscape, as well as downstairs at the main entrance. The library is a controlled area, so participants will need to be tapped in and out by members of staff. And all guests are identified by lanyards provided, so please do not lose them. Bottled water is available at level 1, and kindly approach any member of staff should you require assistance. Once again, welcome to BeyondX, and we really appreciate you taking your time off your busy schedules to join us, and hope that after a 2-year hiatus of hosting BeyondX virtually, you are as thrilled as us to be back here in person. For everyone else who's joining us from the comfort of your homes and overseas, a very warm welcome to you too. Without further ado, let's dive right in. As we know, technology is evolving at a breakneck speed, and many of us are having difficulty grasping each development. In these digital-driven times, no industry can or should function in a silo. Collaboration is key to ensuring progress and growth across the board, and this is the catalyst behind BeyondX. With a desire to share progressive mindsets with the world at large, this year's BeyondX, co-organized by the ONG&ONG Group and Architecture and Sustainable Design Pillar of the Singapore University of Design and Technology, SUTD, is an event where experts from various fields come together to share and discuss the insights and knowledge on the latest developments. BeyondX resonates with those who seek to uncover new ideas. It's all about embracing the opportunities of the digital realm. With that, I would like to invite Ashwin Kumar, Group CEO of ONG&ONG Group, to give us his welcome speech. Ashwin, please. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I see a few familiar faces. I see new faces. Can all the students or SUTD staff just raise your hands? Okay, so the rest are members of the public or in a profession that's part of the design community or fraternity. Okay, this is our 4th installment of BeyondX. We started this in 2019, and I'll give you some background as to how we started this. So we had a physical in-person gathering in 2019 before COVID. 2020, 2021, last year, we had it virtual. And we are glad that we could meet again in person. Now, in 2018, the ONG&ONG Group, every year, annually, we have a retreat. And we discuss not so much what we have achieved in the past, but what we want to do moving forward. And that retreat was held in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And there was an interesting discussion among all the directors within the group, which comprises of the design, the engineering, and the management studios, both within and outside Singapore. And issue was very simple. Do you want to be disrupted, or do you want to be the disruptor? Very important. So we decided that we'll be the trendsetter or the pace setter. We will be the disruptors. And from that, short of signing a pact, so to speak, the group was very focused. We changed our whole working environment, starting off with Singapore, then followed by Ho Chi Minh, where we practically went 100% hot desking in 2018. And we realized why we needed to do this, because business was on the uptake before COVID. Directors were flying in and out everywhere. And what we realized was that mobility is a very important aspect of our business, of the whole creative process. But then if you're kind of straight-jacketed to fixed line solutions, it becomes difficult. So we decided that we wanted to be the disruptor. We wanted to promote mobility. And to do that, you need to be agile. So these three terms, being the disruptor, mobility, and agility, were the key elements that drove the whole ONG&ONG group into what we are today. Then we felt 1 year later that, look, we're doing so much of things. Why are we keeping it to ourselves? Why can't we share with the digital technology field, with the people who are involved in other aspects of design, parametrics, 3D printing, for example. At that time, AR, VR was the buzzword. Everybody was getting very excited. So we said, hey, why don't we get this whole community of like-minded people at ONG&ONG, and we share, we learn from one another, because we don't pretend to know everything. But I think what is useful is that you can learn how to discuss with one another and understand what's the latest technology. So with the support of our allied profession, Autodesk, and a few others, we actually said, let's do it. And it was a very interesting discussion, because in 2019, for the younger members of the community, we brought them through this whole design change, from drafting from a pencil to a rotring pen, to a stylus when CAD first came into being, and to what we are doing today. Because many young people don't understand that within 25, 30 years, the whole way of doing design, the whole creative process has changed completely. And it's changing so fast still today, because with parametric design, amazing things are being done. And then one thing led to another. So we also started this Architect in Residence program at SUTD. So Andrew and his team, Andrew is at the back, we decided to have a studio within SUTD, a live working studio, and at the same time, Andrew and some of the colleagues actually do conduct certain modules for some of the years within SUTD, because there has to be this interaction between academia, between practice, between creative design, let the juices flow. And so this is our 4th installment. We hope you enjoy yourself. The buzzword today is creative and innovative for today. Tomorrow will be a panel stream and immersive, which are the main categories. So sit back, relax, enjoy. Please do ask questions, don't be shy. And even if you don't feel like asking questions in person, for those of you who are here, you can post it. There's a QR code on the column. It says submit your questions, and we'll be more than happy, together with our allied professions who are with us today and tomorrow, to try and address some of the issues that you have. And let's make this a whole educational process, and we look forward to catching up again next year and many years to come. So with that, I wish all of you an enjoyable 2 days of BeyondX, and I hope you'll have some positive takeaways at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwin, for that inspiring opening speech. Now we'd like to prepare ourselves for the first roundtable session, which is the Creative Roundtable, where we will be joined by moderator Suhirman and a panel of 4 speakers. Just to share that this roundtable will last approximately 2 hours, and each speaker will deliver a presentation lasting about 25 minutes, followed by a moderated Q&A session. for which you can address your questions to the speakers by scanning the QR codes which are located around the venue, as well as for those of you joining us online, you can submit your questions online as well. With that, I'd like to hand you over to the moderator for the first session, Suhirman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suhirman. I am also from ONG&ONG. Today, we are gathered here in person and virtually as well for BeyondX 2022. The theme for the year is a dialogue about the experience of the Phygital universe. BeyondX is hoping to lead the discourse in the many verses that we're all familiar with and unfamiliar with in the future, such as the meta, omni, and any other alternate verses forthcoming, and how it would impact the design and build industry, and by extension, every industry that's interconnected with us. Over the next 2 days, we will be engaging in roundtable discussions that will cover 3 major categories or topics: the creative, innovative, and immersive, that will help us in our quest to designing Phygitally. Before we proceed to our virtual and live audience, there will be a Q&A session, as my MC has pointed out earlier, at the end of the roundtable. QR codes would flash on screen for those joining us via virtually, and to those around us live at Parkscape, QR codes on the columns around you. Now, for the first session, the first roundtable session in the morning, I will be speaking with 4 speakers, the first of which is Emmanuel Koh. And now a brief introduction to Emmanuel. He is an assistant professor in both the pillars of architecture and sustainable design, as well as design and artificial intelligence at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. He is also the author of the book, Artificial and Architectural Intelligence Design, published in 2020. I have also the pleasure of Emmanuel being the co-moderator for this session. And without further ado, I'll pass the floor to Emmanuel for his first topic of the day. Emmanuel? Whichever you're comfortable with.
It's easier to talk without the mask. Right, thanks. So this is my presentation, right? So today I'll talk about creative AI for architecture. Really touching on the idea of augmentation. Maybe I'll just stand here, easier. Right, augmentation, automaticity, and generative design. So a quick introduction of myself. Some of the work that I do that would not be presented today. So basically it straddles across, so there are more serious conferences, for instance, in papers that I submit for International Computer Vision, ICCV or NeurIPS. But today I mainly look at works that I did more for kind of an art and design context, because it is much more directly related. Right. And then so what you can see here, well, it doesn't quite work. Okay, right. And also I have other research projects which are much bigger, and most of them are not quite disclosable, so therefore I can't really show much. So projects with URA, and also collaboration being negotiated with some companies within the industry. And also some other interesting contexts, such as exhibition at the Arts House or the Royal Anthropological Institute, where I presented its relationship with anthropology in the use of AI in architecture. Well, being an academic in design research, of course, I also published quite a bit. These are the more recent publications that I'm doing. Much earlier in 2019, I was very involved in the discrete architecture movement, which is kind of an international counter movement against the smooth and continuous aesthetics of parametricism. But then back then I was already looking at machine learning. In fact, back in 2016, I was experimenting with neurostyle transfer and other sorts of way to rethink about design production and conceptualization also. But the most recent one would be those on the right, machine hallucination, where I contributed a chapter about architectural form in terms of seeing form as something that's essentially plastic. Oh, what happened? I think she stopped. Yeah, right. Is it fine that I sit down? Yeah? Right, it's just easier. Okay, right. So yeah, so please check out these different book chapters that I've written. Um, Many of them are quite experimental, but probably the last second one, might be quite more directly industry related. It's looking at kind of a much broader scope. Just a quick glance at some of the books and some of the pages. Looking at architecture sampling, look at the idea of Turing machine in the case of design process, meaning those who are familiar with the Turing machine you've got this interrogator to try to figure out which is the computer and which is the human that he is having conversation. So it's still very relevant. And also seeing how the machine might see, which requires a different way of thinking about perception. So in this case, it's about using computer vision as a way to understand the idea of convolution, meaning a machine would scan through from top to bottom. What if we apply the same way of seeing, and what might be the generative implication? These one look at the neural sampling, so begin to use deep neural networks as the latent space for sampling new design. Other ones, such as this one, mainly looking at three-dimensional forms. There are many AI research experiments done in the 2D, in the two-dimensional space, but very few on 3D, directly in 3D. So if you are interested, you can check out this chapter also. Another exhibition, such as the one that we'll be talking about today, the one that was exhibited at the Venice Biennale just last year, and also an exhibition that then kind of got brought over to Singapore at the Arts House, which I will show some pictures of it, and also recent experiment with other AI models in the NFT context, 3D NFT AI generated 3D models. So today's topic will be about creative AI. So let me talk a bit about creativity in architecture. Those of you may be familiar with this book. Interestingly enough, the title is The Creative Architect. So in this book, 3 different types of creative people have been identified. So you have artists who have no choice but to express their lives, like novelists, poets, playwrights. These are the ones that, this is the first category. The second category would be those whose work aimed at objective goals, drawing on an external reality, such as physicists, scientists, mathematicians, engineers, chemists. And obviously, the architect would actually fall within this third category, which is a combination of the other two, partway between subjective self-expression and objective testable inquiry. So directors, music arrangers, they actually fall in the same categories as architects. So today I'll talk a lot more, or rather mainly on the part, on the subjective part of it, which is related to this more qualitative expression and evaluation. In fact, when we talk about creative AI, this line of research has been going around for quite long, although you have taken different names, computational creativity, artificial creativity, but essentially they are the same, right? Is to think of how a computer could be creative in different domains, for maybe music, architecture, art, sculpture, and so on and so forth. So if you're interested, you can look at these more recent books that I've referenced in my own writings and teaching at SUTD, such as some of these my students actually have to read it in their some of the courses, such as the artificial architecture design, which is essentially a history and theory course, and also some hands-on coding that I actually would do with my students in the creative machine learning elective at SUTD. So 2 of these courses are in fact very AI-centric, or AI focused rather. So if you just do a quick Google, you would see these. In this case, I just got it from the wiki. Artificial creativity is the making of computer systems that can themselves create things. It is the unwanted siblings of AI. Interesting, seemingly more inferior, but in fact, in my opinion, actually more superior. Or some may call it, what can I get a computer to create? So very quickly, these examples, a thesis by a student in Harvard. I thought these illustrations are quite useful. So back in 2017, even within the architecture domain, people have been talking about what AI tools may manifest themselves, the ways in which they may be used. So you could think of it as an AI drawing assistant. In this case, kind of a very simplified way of framing it. It could be a texturizer where you draw an outline and it just color it for you in very hyper-realistic colors. Or it could be a continuator where you draw something and you ask the computer to kind of finish it for you. Or could be other stuff. Colorizer, classifier, you draw something, the computer tells you what you have just drawn, which is kind of funny, but also interesting because it's really about thinking how the computer is thinking in a way. Rationalizer, which is probably more directly related to CAD system, which has been something that has been looked at for a very long time, how to convert your old drawings into CAD compatible formats. Yeah, so some of these, just a quick illustration. Yeah, colorizer, or actually banana sometimes could be quite greenish, so it's not quite accurate. So creative AI. So now I want to talk about kind of a high-level overview of the current state of creative AI within architecture. I'm doing that also because I'm very involved in that scene, this international creative community. But before that, I want to talk about two particular models. There's specific interest and also been the driving force behind these two movements, which the first one is actually called GANism, which is a specific deep generative learning model, which is the generative adversarial network. So essentially, what it does during the learning process, or they call it the training process, you give it a set of images, lots of them, and you can train your own model, and then you generate the output. In this case, if you gave the model lots of images of teddy bears on skateboards in Times Square, it would generate variation of it, but not copies of it, meaning novelty to a certain extent. Then the generating process would then be giving it a vector, meaning a set of numbers, and it would just generate randomly or in a way that you steer the generation in a specific direction, which often they call it the latent walk, the process of interpolating. So if you like two images, you can actually find it in between within that high dimensional space. So that's GANism. And then the promptism, which is much more recent, although the technology, or rather the AI model already exists back in 2015, but it gained major traction in recent months, even this year, in fact. So if you give it, so the training process is like this, in a very high level of speaking. Text, pad, text, and images, you train it. So in this case, you have images of teddy bears on the skateboard in Times Square, and then you train the model with the text and the images. And what you do during a generation is that you give it a line of text, and then it will generate the image. So this is extremely interesting because is reducing the input effort tremendously from a very low information input to a high information, high dimensional output. In this case, text to image. But in the past, in the case of GANism, where you actually train your model, you still require a huge set of nicely pre-processed images to actually train something and generate some output. But in promptism, is seemingly perfect for poets, right, who could write very well and describe. But again, later on, we'll see some kind of semiotic slippage in that process. So GANism, François Colette back in 2017 said GANism, in fact, is actually more related to the aesthetics. The specific look and feel of seemingly GAN-generated images may yet become a significant movement art trend, so which is quite true. Promptism, quite new. Interestingly, appeared in the Discord, in the latent space Discord group, just last year. Promptism is an art movement whose creators apply ML models trained with contrastive language image, basically text-to-image models. So, just want to show some quick examples. So this is a project done for SUTD. Since we're here, it makes sense to show some. We basically create a book. I'm just going to run this video very quickly. I'm not sure if it's running. Okay, right. So here, this is the GANism context where what we've done here is that we have all the previous publication of SUTD students' work, and then we try to generate this theoretically infinite number of cover designs based on that. So the idea is that what if the cover is not just manually designed, but actually AI generated, and yet able to embed the essence of our students' work through that process of learning. So here what we see is that you have a set of images from previous work, and then we kind of prepare the data sets and augment them. Here we see we're cropping them so that we increase the number of data points, meaning the number of the images to help in the training. And then here, so you could see that it's very data hungry, which is highly different from the promptism, which I'm going to show very quickly. So Herman, you may want to remind me if the time is. I'm not keep tracking of my time. I don't actually have a timer. So if I have 3 more minutes or 5 more minutes, do let me know.
You've got 24 more minutes.
Oh, really? Ah, okay. Right, then I can talk a bit more slowly. Right, so what you see here is the GAN model generate a set of images, and then because it's low res, we train at low res, but we generate at low res also. But so therefore we need a second model, which is a super resolution model, to increase the resolution, which is also something used in promptism, which we'll see, to increase not just the resolution, because when we increase resolution, we're increasing information, and therefore a higher dimensional space or production, rather. So this is a very simple example in the context of bookmaking. So after this, I will show you the Venice Biennale, Architecture Biennale project, which is training 3D models to generate 3D models, and then through that process also including some parametric adaptation. So which is called 3D GAN housing. Again, you throw in a vector, a set of numbers, and they call it the latent vector, where there is a clear mapping between the set of numbers. It could be 100 numbers or 200 numbers or whatsoever, that is mapped nicely to a specific 3D form in this case, and in the previous case, specific images. This is also a quick video that I'll play. It's part of the CityX Venice exhibition. So first, in architecture, it's very important to not just look at the messing, but also the exterior, right? The porosities. So this is what you're seeing, similar to the images that are kind of morphing here. We're moving in that latent space, and these instances of that been printed out at 1:300, 1:100, and then. More critically for architecture is to see the inside, which is the interior space. So we want to train 3D model in both the exterior and the interior. So this is a section cut of the AI models being generated high-rise building based on. So the training set in this case, in fact, are HDB buildings. So if you extend that way of thinking, well, in fact, if you look closely, it's important to see that it's not just generating any messing. There are some logic to it. For instance, circulation, fire escape distance should be somehow learned. Distance between the lift lobby and the apartments. The depth of the building should not be too thick, because you need ventilation and so on and so forth. So those things are implicit. In the past, we do it explicitly. So here, what we're seeing is a quick look at the data set, but also analysis of just ensure that there will be diversity. So we are not just learning slab block or point block. That's why before this, you were seeing this kind of is a t-SNE, which is basically a dimensional reduction to see the similarities or dissimilarities between different shapes in terms of footprint. So this is a training process. We're trying to converge into a more building-like object. And it is quite interesting when you prematurely stop the model and use it to generate, you create this thing called the uncanny, that lays objects, buildings that kind of exist in the uncanny valley where it's not quite a building, but interesting enough because it's not fully a rationalized building, but it provides that novelty, which is that creative ingredient. So here, what you are seeing is a simplified, low-dimensional demonstration of one model that has learned very well how building massing should look like. On the right, which is suffering from what we call in computer science mode collapse, where it's not learning well enough and it's reproducing certain things. So it has less diversity. So the colors that you saw just now, the voxels are different shades of black, right? The darker ones are more confident, meaning they are more confident to contribute to the massing of the building. Some other experiment done with furnitures, like in this case, for instance, with chairs, and so also combining it with buildings, which is kind of a strange thing, but this is something that design researchers have been looking for quite long, which is design by analogy, which is combining, you combine metaphorically different forms. So AI therefore allow us to do these sort of synthesis of form. Of course, in the beginning of the project, it's necessary, as we collect the data set, it's necessary to know and anticipate the kind of data set that we will have. So preliminary analysis, the progression of HDBs was done just to have a sense like the kind of diversity that we're expecting throughout the course of the time. And some kind of a snapshot. The video was quite fast, so I thought it's maybe useful to show you. The blur out part would be, in fact, so this is a section cut, right? The cutting across. It's kind of morphing. So we see there are instances where buildings can be quite long, but they're never quite thick, too thick to be useful. A zoom in, so a quick demonstration or a video also, just looking at interior. So if you look closely, the circulation, which is unfortunately not colored quite clear here, but we see that apartments are linked to circulation. The vertical circulation is also quite guaranteed in the sense that it moves, is connected throughout top to bottom. So we're saying that this is a major departure from parametric design where we define every single thing, right? Here we don't define anything in a way, apart from the hyperparameters of the deep neural networks, but we define the data set. And of course, at the end, the curation of the generated output, which is important, especially for promptism, which is the next movement, because you need the eye, right, to choose the right thing, the good stuff. Yeah, almost like a connoisseur as an example. So exterior, interior, and their corresponding interior. The darker shade parts are this vertical circulation. The top part would be the roof, maybe water tanks or whatsoever. Kind of a zoom out of how it looks like in the interpolation. So if you remember in the 1990s, Gretlin looked at animate form where he used animation software to keyframes so that he could generate that in-betweenness. But here in AI, that in-betweenness exists in a continuous space. So you don't even need some kind of a animation keyframing rigging methods for those who are familiar with the work of Gretlin for block architecture. So here, zoom in as well. Yes, so a quick, so this is actually an exhibition, a deliberate curatorial decision been made to compare the work of Ong Kim Seng, who's the cultural medallion artist in watercolor, so his work as compared to the rather less humane, seemingly, production of mine. So we had a kind of discussion. So in the middle is Mr. Ong Kim Seng. So this is a very simple exhibition where on the right side you have the watercolor works done on plein air on site. and on the left would be kind of a grayscale output, which with 3D printed artifacts or sections, fragments of buildings also. And so here are some other views. So maybe I can pause here a bit. So here we're seeing 3 different buildings that look like building, but not quite like building. So in fact, each of them differs by 5 epochs, meaning in this particular project, we train a model. So we are compressing evolution, right? We're compressing the evolution process computationally. So we evolve the building. So these are prematurely evolved ones where they have that interesting uncanny effects. So they differ by 5 generations, each of them. So on the left, is the least evolved. So we could see that it looks like a building, but the vertical circulation doesn't make sense at all. And in the middle, it's trying to make sense where you have apartments connected to vertical circulation. And on the right, you have something that seems to would not make sense financially speaking, because you have limited apartments and huge expanse of terraces and communal spaces. But this is the interesting part, because it is unexpected. Because when we architects design, we often have certain implicit rules that we apply on our ideation process. This is a fragment of the 3D print from the evolved version. So a zoom in of the 1:100 print. You can see balconies and all that. These are the more evolved ones, which have been evolved for 2,500 epochs, meaning generations or iteration, if you want to call it. The previous one were like 110, 115, and 120. Almost 20 times lesser in their evolutionary capabilities. Now, let's move on to prompt design quite quickly, which is a text-to-image process. I call it the architectural prompting series in the library. So I was really interested in Jorge Luis Borges' work when he, in this case, the library. I thought it's quite suitable in this context, since we're actually in the library. He talked about the library in a very interesting way. For instance, I include a few quotes here. I have always imagined that Paradise would be a kind of library. And then the second one, which becomes more descriptive in its geometry, but yet not quite. For instance, here we see that the library is a sphere whose exact center is any one of its hexagon and whose circumference is inaccessible. It's kind of descriptive enough, but not quite. And that vagueness is very interesting, because that vagueness is extremely difficult for text-to-image models to learn, because they're learning highly descriptive text. Like when we talk, we don't always say what we want to say, right? And we have some deliberate, so this is the kind of a slippage. So this is some of the outputs when I begin to craft the text to generate the form. So here is to find ways to use the right. So we're still at, some people say that, okay, in the past we have to talk in a machine language, and now the AI is way more intelligent. We can just speak as we used to speak, but it's not truly the case, because the model expects certain sentence structures that it has learned. Anything that goes beyond that or not too explicit, it would not. So it actually takes time to figure out how best to generate this kind of images. So here is, in this case, a library with that notion of hexagon, but in interior context here. And some examples of the pre-up-resolution version where we begin to explore the variation, just like in the Ganism, where we create a space of possibility and we sample the points in that space to grab a design out of it. The same thing, we could do the same thing by adding noise and randomness to the generation process with a kind of a distant measure. So some other examples, which is high rest, with even views out from the openings, and so this is interesting also because unlike the previous project, we trained from scratch. Here we use a pre-trained model and this is also the bottleneck, because it suddenly becomes impossible to train your own. We call it diffusion model. It's impossible to train a performative text-to-image model. In our case, we hope that we could do a text-to-architecture model, of course, but this is kind of a teaser. because we don't have the computing capabilities nor the data set. And that, I think, would become quite problematic as we move into the future with these models, other ones here, more. So kind of a zoom out scale, we could see the books. There are some similarities between the images. Also, in this case, I also have to control the aesthetics. I can't just say library. It won't generate this thing. So there are, so in a way, new skills. This is more like a zoom in of the same form, right? And up-res again to create the kind of aesthetics that I was looking for. More scale up version. Other ones. So right. So I want to show something that's more local. We often see text-to-image generation outputs very increasingly also becoming cliche. You get similar stuff, right? But how can we apply that in the shophouse case? So I was in this particular example that I'm showing. I saw this recent news, right, blog that Singapore is supposedly the most Instagrammable place, and of which one of them is the Haji Lane shophouses. So what if shophouse? The idea of Instagrammability is that the very fact is colorful, is perfect, in terms of the camera view. But what if we do the reverse, right? So I was kind of interested in bringing that sort of aesthetics from the previous model output into this context, where we look at old picture, kind of generating old pictures. But shophouses are not quite shophouses. We all know shophouses, right? How they look like, but these are the ones that are less familiar. So again, iterations of the possible formation. So we're touching now is in 2D, but soon it'll be 3D, right? So we could eventually generate forms in 3D directly.
Sorry, Emmanuel. 8 more minutes, I've been told.
How many minutes?
8 more minutes.
Okay. So I don't have to rush. In fact, I could go back. Right. So. Variation in the form and also the background image, right? The outputs. Often in architecture, at the conceptual design stage, or we always like to explore, and often ambience play a part, right? We don't, and it's the things that I don't even know how to describe, right? This atmosphere, this certain feeling about it, the subjectivity of idea generation that. So these kind of to allow us to somehow explore that space, which is not quite CADable in that sense, because it's descriptive, projective geometry, right? In this case, we are working in the image space and try to see more things from there. And the text-to-image model are interesting also because they can be kind of high res in a way that adds the details in there, right? Dev is in the details, but now Dev is in the high res, right? In that sense, and because when you do high res, you add information. So the texture of the facade, the window openings that was previously not in the low res version suddenly evolve into more architectural expression. Some examples as well. I want to show a thought experiment after this, just for the fun of it, to kind of elaborate on the capabilities of these models. So I call it the thought experiment, thought prompt experiment. So those who are into fine dining, right, you would clearly appreciate the aesthetics of those chefs who have kind of put them nicely. So here's one example. Beautiful pistachio and wild strawberries dessert was created as part of a stunning menu inspired by the RHS Chelsea flower show. So essentially, the chef has designed something that is aesthetically pleasing that relates to the garden show in Chelsea, right? And using the ingredients, meaning the redness of strawberries, the greenness of pistachio, to create this look. And then, of course, then sold it quite expensively. Then than what we would normally get at the supermarket. So what if? So the idea here is that if we combine, because these text-to-image models are capable of combining concepts, right? So if we could combine, if we say, okay, I want to create, kind of strawberries, pistachio buildings, how might it interpret such a, this is in fact called bisociation that Colester talked about, is where the conceptual space or conceptual planes that are usually not intersecting begin to intersect, and then it generates novel forms, or rather novel concepts, right? So in this case, rather trivial, but I think it made the point quite clear that these models could do unexpected stuff. I mean, you've got the roof garden, right, up there, right? You've got some nice arches. Well, you've got a kind of a modern building on the left with, well, some kind of interesting, sprinkling of grass patches, yeah. And also a viewing tower with an antenna even at the end. And openings, right? It's actually quite detailed if you look at it. You can high-res it even further. So if that is possible, then in theory, most things would be possible. The idea that sometimes we see the esplanade, right, like a durian, right, often they are given this sort of name. I don't know, is it post or pre design, but nonetheless, this kind of implicit association, non-linear association. So that's a slippage that I want to talk about. Slippage that has been talked about by Michael Foucault, been talked about by René Magritte, been talked about by many philosophers. Although not the exact word, Ludwig Wittgenstein talks about it also in terms of how language is essentially not so straightforward, right? So for the sake of illustration, this article, those who are familiar with the surrealist movement would be quite familiar with René Magritte's work, but not many people might be aware of his writings. He's actually more of a philosopher than an artist. So in his text, the Les mots et les images, which is basically words and images in English, he kind of drew out 18 ways to think about this slipping between object, language, and image.
Excuse me, Emmanuel.
Yep.
3 minutes more.
Okay, I'm almost done. Anyway, so the first one, which is, if you look at the first column on the left, all right, the first three of them, as object is not so linked to its name that we cannot find a more suitable one for it. So if you think about the text to image, it's not always the same text to the same image, or the same text to the same image of an object, right? Is quite loose if you think about it, which I suppose give it a very creative kind of a capacity for generative design, because it's not so linear. And of course, there are instances where some objects can actually do without a name, a nameless object. Like, okay, fine, so therefore we have to describe with more words to replace that name, which doesn't exist. Or the last one, often a word is only self-descriptive. So in this case, if we bring that to the text-to-image scenario, if we give it a text that is only self-descriptive, that doesn't refer or become a referent, or they call it a signifier, of an object, then what are we supposed to get? Very interesting. This sort of slippage that is, in fact, something that Magritte played very well with them, and that's why his work is very interesting to me. It's not just a surrealist way of working, it's a way of thinking about language. So this is probably the second last slide. I mentioned about associative synthesis. In architecture or digital architecture, we talk about associative modeling. So if you can think about the one on the left is a bit more subjective, the one on the right more objective, where let's start with the one on the right, since we're all more familiar. Objective, like you design your definition in Grasshopper, right? It's very decided and very explicit. It's very geometric. It can be understood quantitatively, or even which is similar or just that you know much better what you're going to get for the parametric model, but not quite in the deep neural networks. But actually, deep neural networks are parametric models because they are basically the nodes are generic nodes, right? Computational units that has no specific description. In the case of Grasshopper, every single component represents something, like it's a geometry or it's a range or whatsoever. So nonetheless, these are synthetic, right? They're not semantics. You're consciously doing it. They are logical from left to right in the case of directed acyclic graph in parametric models. But on the left is the thing that I've been trying to talk about so far, which is the subjectivity, the qualitative part of it. So this nice image on the top left shows that plane of intersection when two conceptual space intersect. And of course, it doesn't have to be just by association. It could be high dimensional, how do we even have a word for it? Multi-association, for instance, right? And again, bring back the Senepa in PIP, which is, this is not a pipe, the treasury of images. Interestingly enough, he actually named it otherwise, which is to illustrate, to tell you what you're, those who know that it's a pipe, to tell you that you're not actually seeing the pipe. And that kind of play is not, I don't think it's a play of words, it's a play of concepts. It's a play of perception and play of our a priori. And when we think about things, when we conceptualize about things, just like when we do design, often it's nice to move away from our kind of preconceived ideas. And therefore, the associative synthesis can be paradoxical. And therefore, it doesn't make sense. And it is that nonsensical or non-make sense way of approach that makes it, again, generative. Of course, if you look at psychoanalysis, there's been people talk about the subconscious and all that, and how it, in fact, been one of the many key references in the Gainism, where they looked at the uncanny, which is then linked to the interpretation of dreams, which is linked to Sigmund Freud, and so on and so forth. Some texts, some are more technical, some are more commentary type. If you're interested, you can look at them. So the last slide, which is this, kind of a conclusion. So to leverage generative design automaticity, which is the idea of automatic design, but it's actually more than that, of deep learning models, which in this case, the contemporary AI that we're talking about, meaning not rule-based system, but deep neural networks, the augmentation to the architect's creative process is not only inevitable, because it's coming, we have to do something. Just like when CAD came, we just have to do something. Or parametric design came, we just have to react. But I think it's necessary for the evolution and the reinvention of architecture as a discipline. So I leave you with these words. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I, for one, am looking forward to promptism. I think a lot of us can appreciate the fact that, with promptism, we can accelerate our deliverables and also accelerate our billing cycles. Now, next, we'll proceed with our second speaker for the day, Sagar. Sagar Thorat is an architectural engineer experienced as a BIM technologist with Autodesk. He has over 12 years' experience in the AEC industry and earned his master's degree in architectural engineering from the Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. Yes, please. Yes. Welcome, Sagar. It's up to you.
Hi everyone. So the introduction has already been done. So I would like to thank ONG&ONG team and also everybody over here. It's a privilege to be here. I've been speaking. I think I haven't spoken for the last 3 or 4 years now in a very public setting, right? Formal settings are different, speaking in hotels and all, but in the public setting it is great. So let's move on from there. So as a technology company, I have to have a safe harbor statement. So the statements, whatever we see today or whatever I make or from Autodesk side, these statements are being made as of today, and we assume no obligation to update these forward-looking statements to reflect events that occur or circumstances that exist or change after the date on which they were made. If this presentation is reviewed after today, these statements may no longer contain current or accurate information. It's an evolution, the technology goes on, and we keep improving. So every time there are new things that come up. So I would have to present this first before I begin, right? All right. So last 18 months, something happened to us, right? Last 20 months, things went crazy. Technology was all over us, and we were in a room, right? We were in a space. I literally think that we probably lost 12 months of our life virtually being in a space, but we didn't feel it physically. And that's really what happened to us. And hence, the disruption of technology, the transformation that we have adopted towards ourselves is giving us an opportunity to harness the data that we have today. The amount of information that has been gathered in the last 10 years, as we understand, is unprecedented. And we also know that future challenges will demand better outcomes. Our cities, like for example, we are expecting to become a 10 billion population by 2050. That's what we understand, and today we are 8 billion. So if you do the math, you literally have to build one mega city, 10 million people every week. You can do the math when you go back home, but the point is, one city, let's say mega city classification is what, 10 million people? Yes. So 10 million people will have to be housed every week if we have to cater to the 10 billion people that we're supposed to have by 2050. And 90% of these will be in cities or new urban areas that will be populated or developed by various governments around the world. And APAC and ASEAN is one of the growing areas. So the challenge, we all know, construction is probably the most laggard or probably the lowest in terms of technology adoption, and we are the least digitized industry in the world. I'm not going to compare with cars, neither with any other manufacturing technologies, but the point is, if you even now start comparing with oil and gas, right, simple things, energy, these are, let's say, hampering our environment today, but still they have a higher adoption towards technology. Construction must evolve, the building sciences must evolve, and the urban design sciences should also evolve to sort of facilitate this transformation of technology. There's a massive value. If there's a challenge, there's always an opportunity, right? There's a massive value. We see that almost more than 50% of value can be unlocked for residential development in the early design stages. So if you do your job properly, and if you collaborate properly together with all the stakeholders, or let's say even the owner and the architect as such, you are able to generate 54% of value towards the entire life cycle of the building itself. But today, technology investments are only 20% in the early design stages. So not everybody is at the level of, let's say, ONG&ONG, for example, who have totally mobilized their entire design process. And they are sort of the disruptors. But we expect more disruptors. We need more disruptors, and we need more technology investments, which will drive ROI, of course. I mean, you just don't have to throw in money just because you need to do technology investment, but to drive ROI as well. So challenges, massive challenges. We have so many constraints. We have regulations, we have functions, we have historic preservation, economics, neighborhoods, parking, politics, environment, noise constraints, many other constraints to design cities today. And these constraints bring together the power of data, right? Because all of these are constraints, but they also have data. There is data backing all these constraints. And hence we can maximize the potential if we maximize on the data that we are harnessing. So the challenges can be outlined in 3 areas: business and cost risks. Let's say if the scopes are not agreed between the parties as an architect or as even an owner and the government, if the scopes are not agreed, then we do not want to invest in that line, right? The time and costs that it needs to work with these new tools is a challenge, right? Increased risk due to the incorrect use of anything or assuming. I'll come to that at a later stage when we speak about cognitive bias. Design process associated challenges. Let's say we expect a continuity across all the stages of design in multiple levels of detail, which becomes a difficult task. because we cannot keep interoperating and following up in different stages. Meeting different stakeholder needs is always a challenge as well. There are so many stakeholders, finances involved, environmental constraints, there are multiple stakeholders involved. And last but not the least is tools and data. There is difficulty with use of the current tools that exist for sustainability design, for example. There is difficulty in terms of interoperability with the BIM mechanisms that exist today. And who will control these algorithms and who will control these outputs? Let's say coding is also evolving as we speak. Every year we keep growing in that direction as well. And then capturing and reusing these best practices. All of this can be accommodated provided we have a platform, and hence we should not just rely on tools, because let's say, for example, if you go to this website, buildingenergysoftwaretools.com, right? Over here we have about 200 tools that give us the ability to sort of, let's say, do certain types of analysis, building energy analysis, lighting analysis, and so on. But as per AIA, less than 25% of the projects have actually used these tools, which actually enable you to come up with real values on sustainability, for example. So it's not tools is what we need. We actually need a data-driven platform, a platform for better, and a platform that harnesses the power of data and the human mind. So this next generation platform, what it looks like, I'm not going to name it, but what it looks like, will enable instant digital modeling capabilities. It enables AI-powered design. And this could be also an expectation. It's not necessarily that it is already met, but it's an expectation of this next generation design platform. It should be able to do real-time analysis. And we can keep exploring these and keep adding new, let's say, values to it or new interventions to it. And seamless collaboration is expected. Now, we have covered all the 4 aspects, but the seamless collaboration is where the trust between the parties and the trust between the data should be evolved. So data can be captured or harnessed in multiple streams. For example, sensory data, the data that is collected through meteorological information, through GIS information, through mobility simulations, understanding of pedestrian movement in the cities, and so on. And we are able to grab this data with regards to noise, with regards to building, density, the growth of the particular city, or we also call it as swarm urbanism, for example. There are multiple researches on this. But these are just, let's say we flash only 12 categories. There could be multiple evolving as we move forward into, let's say, for example, microclimate analysis, and so on. So the data, the analysis is a lot. We have to take a lot of considerations into picture. And how does the field of data science react to this? It enables us to, for example, questioning what the data tells us. We can question the data, right? Which is descriptive analysis. We can ask why a certain phenomenon happens the way it does, which is diagnostic analysis. What could happen in the future? Predictive analysis. So we are now toggling with the data, and this is how the science evolves, and I think many of you would also be aware of these. And what actions can be taken next is prescriptive analytics. But not many people talk about cognitive analytics. I read a few research papers and understood that cognitive analytics, which relies on cognitive computing, has further strengthened the predictive power of machines by making them act like human brains. So where does this come from? Cognitive analytics, cognitive intelligence, actually the human mind drives it. It comes from the cognitive bias, right? So we as human beings are not so good at accessing risk. I'm not sure if it's readable, but if you just look at the first one on the left, that is about, it's called the gambler's fallacy, right? We assume certain things, right? We say that they have not happened 3 times, they will not happen the 4th time. So it's the gambler's mentality in the human mind, right? And again, I like the third one on the left there, which is illusion of validity, right? Let's say we estimate that if there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information, we are moving in the right direction because there's a lot of data to back it up. but is the synthesis, has the synthesis been done correctly or not? We have a lot of data, but has the synthesis been done correctly or not? I would refer back to Emmanuel's presentation that in order to harness the greater output, it's just not about how much data you have, but how you synthesize it. So we have 140 biases, as per some research has done. The human brain has 140 biases when we do any kind of activity. As an architect, if I sit with a group of 6 people and start designing a particular urban precinct, which has 20 buildings and 1,000 apartments, there will be 6 into 140. And you imagine the interweaving that will happen between these people when they're designing these spaces. But we are the drivers for the AI. We are the drivers for the cognitive intelligence. And as humans, we can make the difference. And how, this is something which I just wrote yesterday after reading a few things. Let's say if we replace design thinking with digital thinking. What if designers just let go of the design thinking, what they have learned? I mean, I'm not saying you let go of the knowledge, but the form in how you think. What if you could do digital thinking, think digital, and move beyond the cognitive bias, which means you actually convert the cognitive bias to data streams. So your cognitive biases actually move into data streams. You actually capture intelligence through these data streams, and you drive results with data analytics. So you're actually just moving from design thinking to data analytics. And that's the journey as a designer, as a young age designer, or even a sustainability consultant, you could follow that. That's just a thought. It's an open forum, so open for discussion. So data streams, these are the data streams. For example, when a human being chooses, he defends, he judges, he finds value, he finds principles, that's where you have the evaluation data stream. When the person finds new meaning, new patterns, combines elements, that falls into the synthesis category. And then when you start questioning, comparing, analyzing, that falls into your analysis data stream. The knowledge data stream is based on data, information that is stored in our brain, which we probably don't use in the full capacity as we understand. And other things also form into these data streams. And data streams move into the cognitive domain, and cognitive domain uses the cognitive computing, which is again an AI branch, which is evolving as we saw in the earlier slide. So human mind is the driver. So what we're doing is we're actually combining, AI already existed, architectural intuition, right? So now we're just combining architectural intuition into artificial intelligence. And this is what will drive the platforms of tomorrow. I'll just give you a sneak peek into the platform. So for example, have a look at this brainstorming that we are doing, and exploration of the design of apartments in a particular urban precinct where we have multiple values, multiple apartment categories, and we have certain setbacks, certain geometrical constraints. And now we are able to get, let's say, 85 outputs because we restricted to certain categories, but you could literally take even 1 million outputs. But 85 outputs are good enough for you to start taking it further. Not only that, you can go micro, you could go inside your buildings and start, let's say, playing around with the apartment sizing, the allocations, and so on. You could go even further into every component of each and every building and trying to, let's say, implement this data-driven approach and the probabilities of doing better for the design. So second thing that I would like to talk about is real-time assistive analytics, which is design risk assessment. What are the risk drivers for any design? There could be multiple risk drivers. One of them could be noise. So let's say there is a railway line. For example, we have this railway line. I have to point there, right? Yeah, okay. So never mind. The black dots actually represent a railway line and also a very heavy road. So which means we have a noise constraint on that part. So if you look at the graph, the red says that, let's say, a certain percentage of the flats or the facade is under heavy noise inflammation. So what we would now like to do is start designing, start modifying, and using the same platform, we are now getting a descriptive analytics, understanding the problem, and now we are modifying our design. And with the ease of use, we try to first of all make the platform learn patterns and insert new patterns that we expect out of our design. And hence we can also do a lot of, let's say, simple modeling manipulations, but these are actually understood in the back end with the help of the information that we have actually given. And then, of course, modifying simple things like figuring out the width and the length and combining things together in a particular urban precinct becomes quite an easy job after that. But important thing is that we, as designers, are really the drivers of this particular platform because we give it the information. But how easily can you feed in the information? It depends upon the usability of the platform. And hence, yeah.
Saka, 10 minutes more.
Oh, 10 minutes, perfect. All right, so we are doing these design iterations. We are actually now having a complete flat facade across the main road where we expect a lot of noise to be given. And we have actually played with the geometry. And now here we can further run an analysis which probably will enable us to understand if we did a good job in our design or not. And this is assistive, which means it's actually already running in the background based upon the constraints that you have given in the beginning. And now you can see that there is improved noise. The indoor courtyards have actually the acceptable noise, which is under 35 dB, and we have a very silent zone in there. So this is what the platform helps you with. And you can apply this to multiple variants as well. And that is where we can then start editing proposals, but I won't go into detail of editing these proposals. Just showing you that you not only can explore noise parameters, but you can explore on daylight parameters, vertical sky components, for example, and sunlight parameters, and wind parameters. So the parameters are ever evolving. We, at Autodesk, the research and development teams are adding more and more parameters as we evolve through the machine learning process of how the platform can read, for example, GIS information and city level information that is provided by multiple municipal corporations. So this is where you understand where the maximum impact of your sun is and where are the dark zones, for example, and you can do this at a particular range during the day or at a particular hour. So that's where you do your risk assessment, design risk assessment, so as to not run into a non-habitable space. All right, and the next is, of course, optimizing to the next level where we, say, play with a particular constraint, let's say the height of the building, and the number of floors that we would like to reduce or increase to be able to meet the design performance criteria. The same way what we did with the simple 3D modeling modifications, we are actually doing this by understanding or enabling the computer to tell us the options that we can work with. But of course, they will only work with when we set certain criteria. For example, I would not like to reduce the number of floors more than 2. And I would not like to increase the number of floors more than 4. And these are my set criteria. My criteria for daylight are already set, view, noise are already set, which means based on this input, now the platform will actually give me certain options. So in this case, it gave me 6 options where it's telling me that the purple is where you add a number of floors, the pink is where you reduce the number of floors. And this is going to improve the view conditions, the environmental conditions of this particular neighborhood. And hence, we will now have a quick look at what we have done and have we improved, for example, and look at the before condition and the after condition. But before that, I can also rationalize the geometry a bit, and I would like to sort of standardize the number of floors and so on, so that we can then further take it to the analytical mode. So when we move to the analytical mode, on the left we have the earlier condition, and on the right we have a new condition. And on the left we can see that roughly around 4.9 hours of sunlight And on the right, we can see that we have now improved it to 7.6 hours of sunlight. So you can go deeper into particular zones and also understand. So this is, again, the power of analytics, the amount of data, and the human intervention working together to give you optimal results. All right. So what we at Autodesk are working on is the microclimate analysis. We are also bringing in lots of data from past 10, 20, 30, 40 years and predicting, for example, the global warming data for 10, 15 years ahead. Or let's say what will happen in 20 years. Every year, if the temperature keeps increasing, what can happen? And hence, we have sort of, this is in the beta version now, but we have launched this module in terms of understanding the microclimate in a particular area. So on the left-hand side, you have the comfort considerations, and on the right, you have the actual temperature considerations. Because the weather forecast could be 25 degrees, but I actually feel 33 degrees in a particular area, and this happens quite a lot. So we actually pull the local weather data for this for about 8 years. That gives you a sufficient statistical accuracy. And then we calculate the perceived temperatures based upon the universal climate index. And on this side, which we combine solar radiation, the fraction of the visible sky component, and also the CFD analysis that includes the wind speeds and the wind directions. Yep.
4 minutes more, Sagar.
All right, thank you. So the result, just a very simple case study. Lab architects, and this is in Oslo, and the project is in Åkern Centrum, which is a 240,000 meter square urban space, and the developer is Steen and Storm and Storebrand. So this is a perfect, let's say, synergy between architects and developers. And right at the early design stage and the feasibility design stage, they use this platform to sort of rely on data-driven insights and come up with the maximum amount of apartments, the maximum amount of commercial space, and the best amount of air quality, the best amount of light quality, and also green spaces. Let's say 60% of the area or 50% of the area is still covered in green spaces. So what it enables is also multidisciplinary coordination also. So more daylight, less noise is the byproduct, and more housing, more public spaces is what we can derive from a data-driven, platform-based approach and not a tool-based approach. So I'll leave this here. So we need to learn, let's say we need to start trusting the data itself. We need to start trusting between multiple parties, stakeholders, and we start relying on data-driven insights to develop a more effective design outcome, right? And this is a real application in the real world. And you blur the boundaries between the physical and the digital. That's what I understand, Daniel, Phygital is, right? So yeah, I'll leave it here, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. Every time Autodesk brings a new product to the market, I count the days when I remain obsolete and have to retire. Up next is Wanya He. She will be joining us virtually. I hope she's ready. She is the founder and CEO of X-School Technology and a former senior project architect at OMA. She graduated from the Berlage Institute at the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, same place that you came from, Sagar, with a Masters of Science in Architecture and Urban Design. Wanya, up to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me here?
Loud and clear. You can hear us too, yeah?
Yes.
Very good.
It is my honor to be here. I'm going to share my screen and start today's presentation. Okay. What I'm going to talk about is the possibility of the building industry empowered by artificial intelligence. As everyone already knows that artificial intelligence, this kind of new technology already involving in a lot of industries, like the cars, auto driving, autopilots, etc. So in architecture fields, what should we do, or what can we do? So we are having this issue and going to answer this from XCO's perspective. I already be introduced, so I will escape this part. XCO is founded in 2016. We did quite a lot of development and researches of the artificial intelligence enhanced software. And we call us as AI plus BIM plus cloud, because we are really combining these three components or these elements together to really involving in how we can using the new technology and work on the design and further to the construction, which are the most important parts of the building industry. So I'm gonna introduce our stuff in four different parts. Those parts are mostly involving how AI can work with the architectural design. Firstly is a discrimination, and secondly is evaluation. Thirdly is a recognition, and then the fourth is a generation. And those are more technical searching. How can we using this kind of technology to help us to understand the issue? Firstly, discrimination, we can use the Google Street Maps to analyze what is the issue of the streets going on, and will help us to understand the condition. And furthermore, this condition can be analyzed. For instance, this is a project we did in Digital Futures in 2019 with Tongji University. So we can really try to understand what is the parameter of the street, of the vacancy, or of the greenery, and etc. Those elements can be really calculated and can be estimated and be analyzed further for this kind of evaluation. So for the evaluation, we have a different technology further by the different by the discrimination. In the evaluation, we can create this kind of we call it the intelligence agency, and we have a lot amount of this kind of intelligence agency to help us to understand the simulation in the virtual world and see what those agency can do. The behaviors can react to the design space. And with this kind of result, we can help our client to understand if we design things like this, what things can be happen. For instance, the distance from the lifts or escalators to the different shops, and where are the cold zones, hot zones, where the highest density, etc. So in this way, we can really simulate and evaluate the people environment. And here is more the physical world. Like here, we can see how the seawater flow can be simulated. If we cut through some parts here, we can get a different results. And this kind of data-driven can really help us to understand the issue and have a more quantitative view of the design results. So we gathering all those informations together can help us to understand the issue of the current cities. This is one of the urban village in Shenzhen, China. And we can gather a lot of information by the local Wi-Fi detector and the cameras. Of course, the sensitive message can be already washed away and can be cleaned up. And we have those kind of gathering map and a heating map and help us to understand the issue here. And thirdly is a reconstruction. Reconstruction meaning we're using the GANs, not just the CNN as previously. We're using the GANs to reconstruct what the machine has been learned. So with this kind of training process, we can get a lot of, let's say, ideas or design or good images out from the data. So this is a kind of mimicking what is had been feed to training. Now here we are trying to train the model to really study the style of international style. This is one of our paper in 2019. And we can see the results is pretty interesting. And we are not just stopping there. We also involving in how people can interact with it. So the left side is someone can really sketching the graphics, and the right side, the images can be really generated according to the graph people draw there. So these people can be anyone, like the kids. It's one of the Shenzhen Biennale. This one was created by Karate of the MIT Sensible Lab. And we were in there, and a lot of visitors just came to draw it. And this way is also the way we gathering information, like the data from the audience. They draw things there. Meanwhile, they are training the model as well. So it's very interesting to do this in reconstruction researches. And the fourthly is the generation, which is more difficult than just the reconstruction, because this is not just image-based. As we all know that architecture are based on the graphs, and also directed those graphs with parameters. So we have the different process to input the user's information or the user's inputs, similar as we saw there, but saw in the previous part of the reconstruction. But here's difference is that we're not just dealing with the graphic and images, but also with the three-dimensional models. So the graph, the model, and the image, they're all in one under this entire system be designed. And if I can introduce a little bit about this entire process, we can recognize the CAD file of the site, and we can have the landscape generator, which be trained by deep learning models, not just one model, but the several algorithm models. And also we have those GAN style transfer, and eventually we have the render be outputted in different formats. So here we can see is one of our test result. You can draw anything there on this canvas, and the machine will generate a landscape in 2D, even in 3D to you. So this is something we tested before we have this product, but eventually we got to put those all things into a real product, because the discrimination and the evaluation, the reconstruction and generation eventually has to be really involving in some kind of a real software. So all the researches above will be really all combined or embedded in Xcool's product. This is I'm gonna introduce to you. This one we call the color master is for the master planning. We can re-render the site plan generator. So there's a short video of it. This also represents what's our idea of having AI help us. You can upload any of the CAD file, and the CAD file is just empty without any landscape. But here we can generate those images. The images you saw right here with the different materials and etc. are be automatically generated by the machine with the different styles. And also you can input some other style you want. And also if you have other materials, you can just upload as well. And the machine will generate what you would like and help you to get your final results. So those are results be generated by our users. You can see they're really quite different, and can apply to different projects as well. So no limitation of a certain type of projects. So this is one of our product. And those are for landscapes, but mainly we're really designing for architecture. For the architectural part, today I'm gonna introduce more about what we collaborating with the prefabrication ones. So for the prefabrication, we are not just dealing with the master plan scale of how the volume look like, how the shape could be, but also the internally, how the space be generated, and also other, let's say, professionals of architectural industry like the electricity, the MEP, etc., and how those components can be linked to the factory and even to the construction site. And in this procedure, we somehow involving in this DFMA concept is a design for assembling, for manufacturing and assembling. And here are the product. So firstly, in the master plan scale, we can subdivide the land and having these different units, or with, let's say, those components be selected, and the different forms or those massing of the projects can be, let's say, sketched by the machine. So we don't have to do all those procedures by ourselves, by hand, but the entire thing be done by the machine. And then secondly, we can really editing each of them, not just for editing the entire volume, but also, for instance, the core and the corridor and the size and different amount of rooms. And also we can do any preferred shape of what we want to do. So the architects or designers have the most freedom to do this design with the prefabricated concepts. And further, we can go to the building scale. You can select any of those building block here, and then we can edit it. So you can select any building, and you can jump into this building. And into this building, we have more detail of it. So in this building or building unit, we have different professionals be ready designed there. So this is the exposure of it. You can see there's architectural, the interior, the structure, MEPs, all those informations be generated already, and the models are already be generated as well. And meanwhile, we can change the modulars. So if you want wider boards, you can just change in here, or if you want a different shape of this unit, you can also change it. And the internal stuff be generated automatically and also associatively with the change of the entire units. So the result you see here is already reaching to LOD like 400. It's reaching to a really prevent of forecasting. So the image on the right side is something already be really built out after the units has been designed. So this entire thing are associated together. We are now working with some prefabricated factories, and we can have a real-time calculation and statics to get the let's say the BOM list of what components you have and what's the numbers of quantity and the sizes, even prices. So eventually we got all those information. And those information are not just text information. We have the models. With those models can be linked to the model in the factory with their mass system. So I think this is one of the advantage of our called the ABC model, because the entire thing be driven by the data, be composed by the data. We can really link to any data-driven system. So here we can see we also help them to build up for the construction process. In 7 days, 1 unit can be done. And each day, what kind of procedures those workers should do. And eventually those boxes just being assembling on the site. This project be done within 4 months, not just the design, but the design with the construction and manufacturing all together 4 months, because the AI-driven DFMA can really help them to decrease the design changes, the material costs, and also the carbon emission on site. So this kind of a way of the design and the construction, we think that would be the future of the architecture industry. Okay, this is my presentation today. Would like to talk to you all later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanyu. I was just about to prompt you and say you've got another 15 minutes. Okay, now to our last panelist for the morning session under the creative topic, Altaf Ganeha. He is the founder and CEO of SnapTruth Technologies Private Limited. Now, with 10 international research papers in renowned journals across various topics such as physics, geometry, and computer graphics, all before he turned 19, ladies and gentlemen, he is certainly one to watch. Altaf, welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be over here, and glad that we are back doing in-person conversations after the 2 horrendous years of just watching Zoom chat channels. So I actually, after all the great conversations or the presentations we've had in the morning, I'm taking more of a broader approach towards one thing is explaining what our philosophy has been in terms of taking data, artificial intelligence, and applying it to design. So in the morning, Professor Ko very clearly mentioned, or he articulated that the 3 types of creative professions. And the third one is where the unique blend of science and design or creativity happens. And that's where architecture is unique in its own nature. And that's something which I have learned over the last, I think about 6 years of working in intersection of tech and AEC. And those have been ingrained in the philosophy of what we are building at SnapTruth as well. So, so I'm the founder. So it's been last 3.5, 4 years that we are building SnapTruth, which we call it as the Figma for the design and the construction industry. And we always believed in the philosophy AI being a hand holder to the designer, to the design profession. Especially since architecture is that unique blend which I was talking about of quant, and then there is a creative aspect. Especially on the side which is more science-driven, AI can have a greater role to play in helping us design better buildings, more efficient buildings, more sustainable buildings, and that's the philosophy which we have been taking. So when I started back as he was describing, I come from a computer graphics research, physics. And because of that math background, you don't understand or appreciate the design aspect of things. So I always thought designing buildings, you can put it together as a complex multivariate equation, use some kind of a optimization approach to come to the best optimal solution, and you arrive at the best possible design that can be. And I always thought architects approach it from this way. Can a mathematical solution be created in that format? And it's not the way it works. It's basically, I describe it as saying that if there is a mountain climber, he has to hit the most optimal peak or the best peak which there can be. But the problem is design is an open-ended problem. It has endless solutions. Some people like climbing mountains, which I was trying to claim. Some people just like enjoying on a beach. So the variance of in which you can compose a design statement is humongous. And this is what I realized after spending, I think, a couple of years in the industry, talking to architects, realizing how design to construction happens, how their thought process and approaches. But the core problem in the industry has not been what to create, etc. But like we have seen that most of the designs which are being created in the world today, they're not well designed. Like there are multiple reports, like one is from McKinsey, one is from Boston Global. All of them claim that the average design are below par in terms of energy utilization, in terms of efficiency in which they can be utilizing the space better, ergonomics. Because like by the time I was just talking to an architect friend, at a fairly decent size, like a mid-size architectural firm, and they took about like 5 years to design a certain community space. And by the time it was designed and constructed, the utilization of the space changed because the needs of the community evolved. These are some things which you can't even take into account. So in these aspects, and then there is the other aspect, which is the housing. Like we all know that in various places of the world, we are going through some kind of a housing crisis. There's always a huge affordability problem as well as the supply-demand mismatch. And we know that like there are many surveys which says, one of them is through AI itself in the US, which says that 98% of homes are not even designed by architect. Does this mean that like they're really well designed that they don't ever need an architect? I think it's the other way around. It's that architects don't want to look at residences because it's not very an attractive proposition for them, and it's also unaffordable for people to actually afford because it's a luxury thing, design for that matter. And how can you actually scale good design for all of these 98% of buildings, which are residences where we all live in? And tech is the only way in which you can scale good design. And those are the problems which I think we should all address. Like we are taking some steps. There are a lot of other startups as well as like Spacemaker and Autodesk are also trying to do from different ways. So it's this cumulative thing that we can actually solve this problem. So as I was saying, not all of them are great. Like anything in the world, everything somehow falls into a bell curve. There's always that average that dominates, and there are few great buildings or like few really bad buildings. But the average which is there, the bulk of it, is actually below average in terms of your performance, your efficiency, your utilization, which I was talking about. And this is where we feel that AI can actually push the average building which is being built, the 95, 98% of the buildings that are being built, not just residences, including everything, to a place where they are much above average in terms of this utilization, space optimization, energy utilization, and all of these other aspects. And how do you make it happen? By generating insights using the AI. So today we are backed with so much objective data of what compliance is, what the climate data is, what budgeting information historically localized to that place is. So if AI can start recommending based on the user insights, what can be built better given this constraint of budget? Can we reach to a place where it's utilizing the maximum space which is being available, which is again compliant to local regulations, and also considering constructability, especially with the rise of DFMA, the last presentation where that was being described. How do you take all of these factors which are more scientific in approach and combine it with the creative aspect of architecture and converge these solutions into these optimal things? And that's where like the person who was climbing mountains now, if he really knows that mountains are his thing, he really loves climbing mountains, you have a very good opinionated designer. You just need to guide him towards the right peak, which is the most optimal. That's what AI can do. Making sure that we are not just designing buildings, but like we are designing more efficient, more sustainable, more better buildings for that matter. However, there's another aspect of it. Like this is in terms of pushing the existing building design into a better nature, but can AI actually design? I think there are two approaches to look at it. I think again, in the earlier presentation, it was described much in detail, but I would like to take a more broader approach for this. One is like you use a great training data set, and we have seen examples of it with text-to-image generation, Dolly, Dolly 2, which have really made a lot of noises in the last 6 months. It all depends on the kind of hyperparameters that are generated based on the data input which you have creating. But today, if we have to generate that kind of data, when reports suggest that the average building which is being designed or built is below average, the data sets which you generate, first of all, would not be of that quality. So you would have to first spend that much time in generating that high quality data set. Whose responsibility is it? This is above and beyond the fact that you should get all the people to collaborate on sharing their data, which is again a huge task for the industry. That's why I see that this is a bigger challenge than just technology, to take all of these data sets together and just like start putting it together in an environment like what OpenAI today is doing for text-to-image generation, because collaboration is something which is unnatural to our industry, even though it involves people from architect to a contractor to an engineer. That's something which I think it's not just a talk about science, it's also a talk about the profession and the industry in general as well. And the other approach is taking a regression-based approach, something which we saw game-playing AIs, like something which started defeating AlphaGo, like that entire AlphaGo thing by Google. That approach was based on certain rules and constraints being very clearly defined, that this is a game. You play against a simulated environment and you start winning against it, and take historical data of all the great players that have been there and start defeating it. This kind of an approach might work, but again, like the feedback is extremely important, and also architecture is not a rules-driven or a plain rules-driven industry. It's not a game like a basketball that like you shoot a goal, you earn 3 points. You can't actually regard it in that way on the entire aspect of it, but like certain aspects of it can be generated. That's why don't see for the next at least 5 years, I might be wrong, there can be some new technology that can emerge out in the next 5 to 10 years, but at least for now, we never saw an opportunity where AI can replace the job of what an architect is doing. So the best option is assist the designers to make sure that they are equipped with the right environment, their time is put to better use in designing these buildings. And also, like, it's the question that matters. Like, even if you get to train all that data, create a hyperparameter model which has learned possibly all the buildings that have been there, but it's still the question that you as a human ask that AI to generate that matters. And this articulation is where the human intervention becomes extremely important. That's what we are trying to drive towards. And how do you get the high quality data set to actually train these systems? So apart from all of this, as I was talking about the siloed nature of the industry, we see from design to construction, there are these two battles which are always going on. So we are still struggling with keeping the data like legible in nature, I would say, because so many silos are created, especially since the industry involves an architect to an engineer to a consultant to a contractor to a developer. None of them actually have access to the same set of data at any given point of time. And the data keeps getting destroyed and recreated, destroyed and recreated. And that leads to so much probability of data getting corrupted and bad decisions being taken. I think this problem, if it's being solved, whatever you build on top of it, be it with AI, machine learning, or just like rules-driven approach, can result in much better answers. And this is something which we are trying to solve at Snaptool. So basically, today it's a web-based collaborative design tool. You can start literally from a site context, which can start giving you insights on what the context of the building looks like. Start designing in as much intuitive perspective as possible. Doesn't matter what the shape or the approach which you're taking. Generate real-time insights on compliance, on history of that locality in terms of budget insight, like this is how much it's going to cost. You make a change to one of the units in one of the bedrooms. What's the impact on budget? Automate the entire process of redoing the concept to BIM workflow. So today I always treat concept to BIM workflow as something like sweet water and salt water, like a river which just never meets the sea. So the both approaches never happen. So we always stick to a tool like a freeform modeling tool like SketchUp, Format, or Rhino, whatever that is, and then redo everything in a BIM authoring tool, which I feel is just like so much amount of redundant work. All of those things is something which we have tried to amalgamate into a single process while generating real-time insights so that these people can take better decisions and enable real-time, maybe synchronous as well as asynchronous collaboration between all of these stakeholders, from an architect to consultant, so that they can all design together using this data. So objectively, you're actually pushing the boundary of making the average building better than average. Yeah, and that's been a mission. This is something which we have been working on. There are a lot of things which I have not yet disclosed about the product, which will be launched in the next 6 months. So I would recommend you just be stay tuned for all the things and the updates that we will be launching in the next thing. And more importantly, in terms of interoperability, which I very briefly brought it up, that's something which we are trying to enable. So like, doesn't matter which platform you use, you should be able to objectively use the insights which the AI is able to generate. So you can bring in any model, be it from Revit, be it from SketchUp or Rhino, and start generating insights. Insights on the budgetary information of that property that you're building. Insights on the compliance, insights on climate studies, daylight simulation, wind simulation. All of those things you'll be able to just generate. Doesn't matter whether you design on SnapTrude or you design it somewhere else, and use it to collaborate with all the stakeholders in the community, and then export it back to whichever platform you want to. You don't have to necessarily design on the platform, because like our objective is guide people towards the right decision when they're taking these design decisions. Doesn't matter whether they design on the platform or whichever platform they would want to. So yeah, this was just a brief about our thesis of how we are looking at the market, more broader sense of what AI can do and what we are doing at SnapTrude. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Altaf. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's how you start a morning session with a what-if question, talking about the potential of the industry and design and collaborative processes moving forward. Now, that was an exciting session indeed, and before we open the Q&A session to the audiences, both live and virtual, I have some questions for our panelists. I'm sure the audiences available and around will have some questions too, and given the time constraints, we will try to answer as many questions as possible. At the moment, we do not have any questions from any of the attendees so far, but I'm sure once you unlock the door, it's all going to come down like Pandora's box. I will start with the first question for Emmanuel, and your session and your topic called Creative AI for Architecture and Augmentation for Automaticity in Generative Design. I guess as a conventional practitioner, my first question would be, what is the impact of AI's growing influence in generative design on the authorship role conventionally attributed to the human practitioner?
Right, thanks. Well, actually, even without talking about AI, the question of authorship is already problematic, right? Because we know that a building's been designed by many people, yes, but led by the main architect, the principal. But in fact, apart from the fact that he owns the office, he can't really claim full authorship, right? So, but as you add the AI part into it, it's not just about authorship anymore. It's also about agency. And the degree of agencies would then qualify the extent of authorship, right? So I think today we have looked at a few, two examples, for instance, in terms of the AI models. And if we say that the authorship, so different models, different AI models provide different degrees of agency. And with that, we would then need to find ways, if we still want to stick on to the old way of thinking about authorship, then we have to find ways to measure that. So can you, for instance, in the case of text to image, can you actually say he has full authorship when he or her input is just a line of text? That is very problematic. Wouldn't the authorship be more on the model itself? And also we may want to think about authorship in the sense, in the temporal sense also, right? Just like as you begin to release your rights or in other domains, the notion of authorship could also be given to model in a kind of a progressive way. In the case, for instance, when and the use of the built-in in the programs is going to change, and let's say if some AI system that allow that kind of adaptability after the actual design, then maybe authorship would be partially given to the software system. But then is again the problem if you want to link it to liability, which is very tricky, and you can never blame the computer scientists who invented the model because you chose to use it. And even if you use their data, they have, they are not accountable for anything, which probably is something that's worth also considering as we increasingly work with other experts, right, in computer science and elsewhere within the office. Like for instance, you have even in many years ago, I was working as a Hardy Architects, and we have, now, the last time when I saw some of my friends, they have like mathematician in there, and so it's quite a strange thing. And you have architects who worked there for a number of years and then eventually decided to become an AI engineer. So there's this kind of a strange. Eventually, I see the profession also begin to kind of diversify in their skill sets, and the idea of architect as the author, architect as the only one who's designing it and not actually even engineering is also a question. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Manuel. I think that's very interesting because it, to a certain extent, if you take a step back, it does say that the industry is also adapting to new technologies coming into it, and new technologies continue to come into the picture. But the other thing that I also would like to, suggest is that it possibly suggests that AI as a computational tool, as a tool, democratizes the whole design process. If you put away liabilities and disclaimers, I think it means that it's designed for everyone and by everyone, for everyone at the end of the day.
Yes, on the surface, but if you look at certain, like let's say we are using pre-trained models, and you have now like companies charging you based on subscription. You use their pre-trained model, you have to pay for it. So eventually, that so-called democracy would deteriorate. I even seen recent startup, they're selling prompts to text to image. So they're basically selling text that you type in, and they want to make money out of it. So yes, we want to have a better world via democracy, but sometimes it may go in a very different direction as things becomes clearer.
If I may add just one point on the authorship thing, I was just reading something very interesting. So if today phone cameras have become so sophisticated in nature, but the person who's clicking the photo always claims ownership. It's not an iPhone or a Samsung phone that claims ownership to the picture, which beautifully comes out. And I think that's how text to image would also, like the person who's writing that text is really putting in thoughts and his creative nature in coming with that. And then the output is generated by an AI model. It's not the AI models. Of course, like there's tens of years of research that has gone into creating it, but the authorship always would belong in analogy to what a camera would do, is what that article insisted on. So I just thought I'll make that point out.
Although the agency is quite different, right? For the camera, you take a picture, right, and you press that button. You fine, you frame it. Actually, AI is helping you to filter and whatsoever.
Exactly.
But when we interact with AI model, the agency could be quite different. Even in the case of text, more cognitive load is included, right, in there.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is, of course, before AI develops sentience, at which point we're all in trouble. I've got another question to Sagar. When do you foresee AI being commonplace in architectural practices?
So first thing, as let's say young architects, and probably I'll talk about the firms later. So when you look at young architects, the adaptability towards technology itself, like you should create a marriage between your thoughts and what technology can give you. And hence you will be able to adapt towards technology much better. And that goes through learning procedures. You have to understand that human mind has unlimited possibilities, but the world needs something specific all the time. So that gap needs to be bridged. So instead of staying in your own, so I'm also an architect, but I have just designed for 4 or 5 years. After that, I moved into the technology stream, completely helping architects to deliver. But that's how I would see is that's for the younger architects to start growing, start learning, start building a marriage with technology, and not stay isolated. Second thing for firms, I would see AI being applicable where this might sound disruptive, but it's when they start selling their designs through AI online on web platforms. It might sound weird, but it can happen. People can literally, let's say, for example, we probably might launch a data marketplace where architects can actually prepare sample designs and they can sell them to developers worldwide. So that's where architects start gaining. They start selling their designs.
I mean, that's interesting because then, probably driven by a very capitalistic market, which we'll probably never be rid of, the consultancy aspect of our industry then becomes very, or could be profit driven in lieu of being purely just consultancy based. I mean, that's very interesting because then you do see examples in American publications, this is probably 15, 20 years ago, where you have booklets of typical housing templates that's probably more suited for a suburban typology, hundreds and hundreds of plans, copy and paste. One wonders where the copyright for that comes into the picture. But with AI coming into it, the design for these building types will then be very specific. There's a specificity probably involved, and then it becomes quite unique. And it goes back to what Altaf was showing earlier, where 95% of buildings or homes are not designed by architects, but now they are in a new environment where AI is helping drive that exercise. Now, to Wanyu, I do have another question. I have a question for you now. Why is AI positioned as the next possible big computational tool in design when compared to other forms of computing, deep machine learning, maybe even quantum computing, or even what we have currently as parametric computing or parametric design? Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Because if we are using computational computation with the, let's say, parametric design, yes, we can search into all the possibilities. But the thing is, how can we define which one's better? So AI here, I understand, is trying to help us to really filtering or referring or recommending which one is the good solution for certain circumstances. So the machine from our side is not just learning the basic rules like the regulations, codes, but also the kind of rules from the regular practice and which are behind all those data. So you have to find out those rules or even laws out from those data. But how can we find that? We need AI to help us. And I think that is the why we are trying to use this model. Yeah. And also because we practiced and we find out it's really the good way to do it. Because we can also using parametric design like 10 or 15 years ago, we're using that. And we ask the machine to run for 3 to 5 days. We get a lot of results. And then we have to select. I want to make a small example. When I worked in OMA, we have a lot of interns, everyone knows. And the internships, they are really doing a lot of models for one project. Like one project, we have 50 models. And then the architects, the project architects like us, when we select out from the 50, we got 3. And eventually, REM cohorts came in and say, okay, I'm gonna choose from these 2 or 3 options. And how can he choose that? I think that is the most important or valuable thing of the architectural design, which is the decision making, and which is the operational searching or operational research. That is the key of the design. But let's step back to how can we pick up from 50 to 3. This kind of thing, I think, can be mimicked or be studied by the machine. And the people do the final call of the decision making. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Wenyu. I have a question for Altaf, and by extension, Sagar and Emmanuel, please chime in as well. Big data. How does it factor into this process, and how would AI determine what is good, relevant, or useful versus bad, irrelevant, and useless data, which might have unseen value qualitatively rather than quantitatively?
Yeah, basically, as I was just talking about. As I was talking earlier in my presentation, how most of the buildings are not up to the standards, various reports suggested. So if you're using that as a mechanism to train the next AI models which can design on behalf of architects, I think we might not be expecting the results which we thought we would. However, if you take the contrarian approach, what if we train the AI to avoid these kind of mistakes which are so evidently visible in our data models, label them, sanitize them, so that you can actually create a model which would avoid these pitfalls. I think that would be a great approach to look into, which is the useful information from not so useful or thought as not so useful data points which we are collecting. But again, it all depends on who's taking the responsibility of collecting this data, who's sanitizing it, like what's the sharing policy about it. I think there's a lot more conversation to be had along those lines than just generating. Because if one architectural firm takes their own data, tries to go against it, I think there's some insights can be generated. But like, if we really need true global adoption, I think there's a lot of collaboration that we need to have.
Sagar, big data would be very relevant to what Spacemaker is trying to you work with, right?
So, so different types of data models exist, and specifically, if you talk about construction, we need data for all the specific stages of design to construction. If I just have enough data for design, that's not enough for me, because if I would have to be effective in my full life cycle, or let's say be effective upfront, I need downstream data. Let's say manufacturing assembly data, right? Constructability data, data from why projects get delayed. So first of all, there's not enough data for construction to be collected. That is a big challenge right now. And whatever we have, I think we have 2 million users worldwide. I think we are working towards it, and we are feeding more information, talking to every country, every municipality, but that is more on the design side of it. We are still falling short of construction data. So first thing, I think that problem needs to be solved, and then we can look into how, I think analyzing is not a challenge, or cleansing is not a challenge. Of course, we have challenges of IP, right? Intellectual property rights, design data is IP, and that's where architects can lock it, for example, or have a certain stamping around a certain type of design data. So yeah, these are the challenges around big data, I think.
Emmanuel, any thoughts on big data and the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this chicken egg problem, right? The design data, we actually need more, but if we don't have more, and then how do we train the models? And I've been thinking about how it may relate to authorship. So it's clear that, let's say OMA or Zaha, why would they release their models, right? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. Although in the computer science world, it made complete sense to release everything, right? So then, is there a way, just like in ImageNet or kind of data set images, we kind of blank off faces or do whatsoever on the Google Street View? Can we somehow have a different representation of the data set? So let's say, I'm currently working on a project with URA for the City of Tomorrow, and we're looking at graph neural networks. And so if these officers are fine to release a different representation of their data set, so instead of them giving us the BIM, give us, perhaps if negotiable, the graph representation of, say, the circulation and so on and so forth. So maybe there are ways to so-called kind of anonymize the data sets to the extent that it does not create a problem with the the signature style of a particular office. So that is one way. The other thing is also there had been much discussion about synthetic data. In fact, one of our alumni at SUTD, he started this Big Frost, I think it's Bifrost or Big Frost, I can't remember, sorry, company that is looking at synthetic data sets to basically generate, not fake, but synthetic, not real. And that solved the problem of the big data. And we could use old rule-based models, even shape grammars or whatsoever, to help in generating these new data set. Lastly, something that I want to touch on about is the bias problem. I sometimes wonder, I mean, you guys have probably read the book, Think Fast, Act Slow, no, Think Slow, I can't remember. So basically, and there's a second book, which is noise. And interestingly enough, noise is something that is, I don't think it's something that's necessarily bad. It's something that might add to that process, because it's the noise that differentiates us, kind of. And if you want to speak computationally speaking, all these generative models, they rely on noise. And yeah, this is just my take about this, wishful thinking of cleaning it to its perfect state for data. Philosophically might be wrong. I don't know, yeah.
I think with regards to
Emmanuel brought up this very interesting idea that the uncanny is a necessary part about the creative process. If you don't put that in, you may be doing a lot of things, seemingly permutating a lot of stuff, taking a lot of steps.
Sorry, I cannot hear it.
So I'll just rephrase a little. I like to anchor this question on what Emmanuel brought up earlier as an introduction, like the idea that the creative process was the bigger agenda, a bigger topic, and that Emmanuel brought up this idea that the uncanny or slippages, maybe even biasness, are all or the subjective are all very important part to promote this creative process. And that even as we invent the AI process, as we continue to develop it, if we do not interject some of this subjectivity into the process, we may be doing a lot of things, but perhaps not defamiliarizing things, but maybe enhancing the current way of working. And that may just make it more efficient. You may optimize it, may work faster, but at the end result, I'm not sure we are really hitting the creative process. So the question really is phrased broadly on two folds. One is how important is the process of the subjective or the uncanny in the creative process? And secondly is that if it's important, then take a few steps back. The current way in which we are doing, I think there are great stuff being done, but are we driving along a less uncanny path and perhaps a more predictable path? Yeah, so that's our question.
Thank you so much. Anyone want to have a go at that?
Yeah, I just have like a couple of thoughts on that, like especially first about thinking fast and slow. So the entire concept of the entire neural pathways which are generated, which the behavioral science talks about, I think that bias which is created as an experienced professional, be it an architect or product designer, whatever that field is, when you incorporate that into a system where an AI or a pre-data model created system, that's where the fusion will bring the soul and the science together in creating that beautiful designs. And that's something which I've been reading about a lot lately. And that's something which we're also trying to follow, which is always a fusion of the science, which may be accelerated by AI, plus the acquired bias or like that experience which an architect or a designer has incorporated in the last 10, 15, 20 years of his working profession. When you fuse that together is when you start seeing greater results. So the entire concept of generative AI, which is generating everything on behalf, I think the soul part of the architecture, like I feel architects are the people who build soul into a building. If we just go down the AI path, I think that's something which we might not see in the next 10, 15 years as buildings create out. And another aspect which, on the data aspect itself, which we were conversing about, I think one interesting way to look at maybe generating this data and analyzing it and seeing or creating systems could be metaverse, which I think is a topic for next year. Maybe if we could start designing endless number of spaces and start seeing how they react, I think that's a good data source where authorship is not so complex, maybe, yeah, but not sure.
I was actually just trying to understand. You actually meant uncanning, right? So, it's about data masking, for example. Let's say using not a very high level of detail of the data itself, but limit it for your synthesis. Is that what you meant?
Well,
I was trying to understand.
Right.
Sorry.
So uncanny valley is that point where it was first written from a Japanese robotist who was thinking about how robots might look like and should look like. So if you look at like a toy with a Barbie doll or so, you don't feel a thing because it's obviously fake. Then you look at one of the Style Again 2 generated image or faces, you look, oh, this is very real. Okay, fine, familiar. But the in between, which is not real, not too real and not too fake, and that's the valley, which is the thing that how to defamiliarize for good or bad, I don't know, but at least it's a way to kind of diverge from the original path of familiarity.
Thanks. I think I need to read more on that. Thank you.
I think to some extent, the uncanny aspect of it is the work in progress granular iteration from input to result. If result is terminal and it has a finite point. But at the same time, I think that just like architects, many here, we bring the soul into the building, as Altaf has nicely pointed out, by trying to marry both the science and technology aspect and the artistic aspect of it as well. Now, if I can flip back to the data argument that we were talking about earlier, both Sega and when you were talking about or raised the aspects of some data not necessarily shared willingly, some data lacking in certain sectors or certain stages of work. One could say that sharing is caring, but we'd get that to a different stage at a different time. However, the question to that is, to Sagar, primarily, when would AI be relevant or have practical applications during the building construction stage as opposed to the building formation and ideation?
So I was almost thinking of the same thing, which before you asked the question is, we know that not enough construction data is available today. It's next to negligible. And how does AI penetrate that side and how does it grow in it? We have seen that in the pandemic world, we have seen contractors and owners take a stance and invest in new technologies, like, for example, robotic AI, right? So they're actually sending these dogs, the robotic dogs, they actually move into the entire construction site and they capture relevant information during construction through sensors, right? So even let's say, for example, why construction delays, why a certain contractor or why a certain specific installation is delayed, the AI tries to understand through patterns that are generated through the behavior and the construction, that the steps that they take, right? Every construction is a process. This curtain wall or the ceiling, you have a process to install it. So on site, how do you bring the material? How do you install it? These dogs, or let's say these sensors that are installed on site, they collect the data, and that information through the chips is actually sent to a person, a data analyst, who is looking at it. And he is working at a contractor and trying to understand how can we improve the process next time when we install it. These are the applications which have already begun. There are certain large construction companies who have already started it. One of them is in Singapore. It's a US-based, but they're working on a Singapore-based project. Another one is, of course, as-built verification. As-built construction verification, there's a big application of AI where it is possible. Learning from the past, the mistakes, for example, simple things like alignment issues of buildings, which could later lead into bigger problems. Here is where AI could be quite useful and applicable, because we are also looking at reconstruction now. There's a big component, almost 30% of the buildings in the world are now going to be brownfield, right? Not greenfield. So that's where another application could be.
I think that's very interesting. Now, not only we have AI in the design process, we've got AI-driven watchdogs during the construction and as-built process as well. Very nice. Now, I'll seg this to
Can I
one
add
year.
something? Sorry.
Yes, go on.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
You go on, because I've also got a question for you related to big data and construction.
Yeah, okay. Because this is, I think it's also referred to the previous audience question, how AI can involving in this entire like a creation and construction. Because we when we're talking about architecture, I think we might need to look into them by kind of categories. Let's say just like the car industry or clothes industry, there's a luxury clothes, all customized, and there are high street clothes. They are more like a factory productions. So for architecture, are we really looking to every architectural pieces need to be masterpiece? This is a question, or maybe a fundamental question. If we follow to the way of every architectural design and the result should be a masterpiece, then we might involving into every architecture design should be creative. But how can we describe creative? This creative thing is a really interesting to look into. I want to make a very small example. If we design a small toilet, let's say, there's 4 elements. If we want to allocate the 4 elements in the plan, how can we make the creation? The 4 elements are the toilet, the basin, the shower, and the washing basin. Yeah, there's 4 elements. But the creation, how can it be? It will just be the 4 this to the power of 4. 256. That's it. That's the entire possibilities. And every kind of creation is one of it. Some of those results we might not see ordinarily, and we will say, okay, it's a very interesting, and this might be a kind of let's say, creation, but it's already exists there. Just need to be revealed by some kind of way. So I think creation is a limited question, but this limitation can be really big, because when we're dealing with the architecture, there's a lot of elements. But if we are dealing with the architecture in kind of different categories, those questions can be narrowed down. For instance, if we are dealing with the real estate projects or the hotels, even the flats, those kind of typologies, it's quite standard, let's say. And the goal of those buildings are among the 3 big elements of architecture: the economical, and the sustainable or suitable, and the athlete. And if we are just looking into those 3, are very difficult to judge which are the better or not. But if we are more focusing to the economical and the sustainable or suitable issue, those issues can be quantitatively measured. And then I think the answer will be easier to us. If we are dealing with this kind of a massive production architectural typologies, it can be helped by the machine. But if we are dealing with this kind of customized, very personalized style or demands, yeah, it's very difficult to using any kind of a way to help to replace the human brain. Yeah, this is what I want to say.
Thanks, Wanya. Now, my next question is directed back at you, Wanya, but to some extent to Emmanuel as well. Now, we see that AI's adoption in the building industry is perceivably unequal, with greater interest from the creative and design sectors, and then to some extent from the building construction sector as well, as you have shown under your DFMA exercise earlier. But even less so with the governmental agencies. Now, I'm not sure whether the example that you showed for the DFMA project was an open market building typology, or was it social housing that's usually driven by government agencies, as opposed to what Emmanuel showed earlier, which was an iterative process in collaboration with the URA, right? The first one that you were showing, but how you had various iterations of the HDB apartment projects. Okay, I stand corrected. Now, the question that I have is, why does it appear as though the interest to AI and generative design is heavily centralized towards the creatives, and less so with the building construction side of things, and even less so with governmental agencies? Any thoughts on that?
The projects we are dealing with are more like the massive productive ones, like the governmental flats or hotels and the real estates. The real estate developments, they sometimes also ask for customization, but they are more concerning about the economical results. So when we involving in the construction by DFMA, we have all the components, all the prices, and we can compose to different results and help them to estimate what the costs gonna be. And I think they can really make a scientific, let's say, more reasonable decision out from those results, by seeing what's the different components need to be made and how long this entire project gonna be, because the components need time to pre-cast in the factory, and also the total costs of the materials and the labor, etc. Yeah.
You want to add to that, Emmanuel?
Well, I'll try to answer your question, but not perhaps directly. There's another project I'm doing the final presentation today in the afternoon with Design Singapore, which is about a digital scan of the competency and the skill sets of the classical design domain. Unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't include architecture, but includes like graphic image makers, placemaker, objects makers, and experience makers. And some of the insights that we saw is related to the acceptance, and like they don't have time to look into these new technology. And the other one, which is quite interesting, perhaps in the case for Autodesk also, is that there are companies that would like to stay on to what they've been using. And in that sense, if Autodesk decided not to include AI, they would not be using AI. But if suddenly there are like 10 other startups too, that, you know, let's say one of both of them, right, the startup that they have, they are more reluctant to use, because it means that they have get out of their current subscription and then to use these uncharted software, but very good, but there's this reluctance. So, and therefore, I think why the more creative officers may want to explore that new territory is because they are naturally creative and exploratory. So they are willing to take that sort of risk. That kind of answers the question more generally, yeah.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I think that one goes towards our creative nature in, taking risks, because then when it doesn't work out, you don't really tell the client that, oh, that wasn't a good scheme. You just show you a workable scheme later on. Now, we do have a question from the floor by a person named Christopher. Ultimately, how do we drive industry adoption of AI techniques, particularly in a conservative industry that is often fractured collaboration-wise across discipline? Anyone want to take a crack at this?
So I'll think it includes a lot of words that go towards the technology that we are working on. and have been delivering for 4 years. So what I would say here is that the focus, if you want to make AI effective, the focus should be not on technology, but on a platform. And that's what we are seeing here is, and we have understood, I think our strategy team, our global teams, we have understood that the world needs a platform and not really a tool. A tool can sort of give you a specific result, but a platform can actually host, let's say a platform can host multiple data streams, and hence we will be able to penetrate AI more on a platform rather than specific tools. Because we do see that, okay, let's take a step back and how people thought that generative design is AI when they started using tools like Dynamo, Grasshopper, and they started learning Python. And let's say even I myself, I have taken a course on Python, data analytics, started doing some scripting. And then I thought, hey, I'm already doing AI, right? And then you realize that your application is limited only for either design, either construction, and I'm working still in silos. So as a whole, we still have to look at a platform-driven AI approach. So that is where we are working on, and I think that is where the penetration will happen, where a larger amount of people can start applying AI towards. So if we give them this platform, then they can start working with the APIs, the different mechanisms that will enable them to harness the data from this platform.
Just to add to that and also respond to the question, so I feel the simplest answer is make it as least intrusive as possible in terms of an experience, because that's where mass adoption happens. Like, architecture is very exploratory in nature, creative in nature, but unfortunately the industry is created such that everybody is short of time, because everybody's selling time in this industry. And that's where taking risk in any new project is absolutely something which nobody can afford to. Especially the large companies can still afford to do that, but like the core of the industry still cannot. So I think the platform approach which Sagar mentioned, I think is a great approach, where you're making it as less intrusive as possible for them to try out something which can objectively add to the design or the project which you're working as immediately as possible without disturbing the course on which you are in. I think that's the only way where we will see rapid adoption of whatever that AI or automation or whatever that kind of a technology that we are hoping will revive the industry for the next decade.
Can I ask a separate question? Yeah, so I want to go back to what one you mentioned just now, that should the architecture industry be understood in parallel with how the fashion industry kind of have different markets, right? The luxury and the average. Then a philosophical question is then, isn't it amazing if every single building that we've made is of the highest quality? Or are we happy to, to have average building or slightly above average building and maybe less below average building, but no bad buildings, yeah? And so that's the question. And yes, I know the reality is in the fashion world is linked to the social structure, the economic structure, the hierarchy, right? Rich people get luxury stuff and therefore they distinguish themselves from the commoners. And that is something that, that drives it, right? But then the question is, if we could use AI to not just build average or slightly better average building, but also for every single building, that should be the calling. I mean, at least what we are being taught in architecture school, right? That ideally that's the case. So not quite a question, but just a kind of a response to, do we have to go that path, like what the fashion did? Well, actually, generally, right? Even for fine dining and, hawker food that we have. So, yeah, thanks.
I think that poses an interest. Sorry,
that's
yes,
for me. Yeah. I think we are all in the new liberalism society. So this is something I don't think one industry can really jump out from this, be honest. Although we are more like utopially want this gonna happen. And as architects, we have this duty or responsibility to make the buildings be better quality. But the entire society structure we cannot change. What we can do is to provide enough diversity for different people's demands. And we can ensure the outcome of the design or outcome of the building products or building art pieces are really good enough in different circumstances. For some people, it's good. Maybe it's just the standard. For other, I don't know, luxury people. So I think people have different demands, and those demands can be somehow matched with the AI's, the power of mixing or combining different components into thousands diversities. But in the end, the components, they are the same. We can think about the Legos, right? The Lego are all very standard pieces, and each piece are fairly low costs, let's say. And if we design the building with the minimalist components, and those components can be controlled in different quality, in different standards, in different ways, then the results can be different. For instance, the marble need to be used to every building? No. But there's more materials can be replaced to marble to get the high quality buildings. Yeah, I think we need to provide the solutions, not just we provide the best every time, you know. Some people maybe don't need that best for some circumstances. Even luxury level, they don't need all luxury things. That's what I thought. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thought. But here's another, if I may contribute to that question. If everything's special, it will then eventually be average. And then our human condition will continually want more and then drive that average for more special. It's quite cyclical in nature, but I suppose to some extent, it then means we're on a continuous improving tangent until AI takes over everything. Now, I'll open it to the floor because we've only got one question from the audience thus far and see whether anyone's got anything else that they want to raise to the audience, to the panel members.
So hi, I'm Neil. I'm an architect from ONG&ONG. So I just want to know, where are we in terms of our digital, our AI, and because we are doing all of the design in AI, that's what we're going forward. But where is the physical side of it comes in? Like in construction methodology, is our construction methodology, all our construction technology are catching up towards AI? Because AI may turn out a design that is very good, but our construction methodology cannot cope up. So this is my question. Where are we in between bridging digital information and technology between our physical technology for construction?
Just one thought which I have on this, like, I don't know if you have seen, there's this one great company, Open Space AI, which I think is doing phenomenal work in bridging that gap in terms of construction monitoring through AI. But when you look at holistically, one thought that I've been like really pondering over, architects create construction drawings. Construction drawings go to the site where a contractor or an engineer interprets and starts building it. In very crude sense, it's like a user manual which is written. So if I buy a microwave, how am I going to use this microwave? Or if I buy something from IKEA, how am I going to put together? In a way, construction documents serve that purpose, have been serving that purpose. Can AI become that, where it's much easier to interpret how to construct it, especially when we are doing challenging designs and implementing them? I think these are places where I think AI can be a phenomenal accelerator in. One thing is constructability. So architects are not constrained that we actually cannot pursue this design because the constructability is going to be messed up and it's going to go beyond budget. What if we could measure all of these things through these insights? I think these things might evolve in the next 5-10 years. But we'll see.
Right.
Yeah, I also can add something. I think what we're doing with the AI is trying to build a new way of architectural language, and this language can really link to the construction. For instance, the prefabrication, we can having all the data information in kind of a digitalize the language. And also if we can link to the robotic arms or the 3D printers, they all need to this kind of new digitalized language as a replacement of the drawings or just models. Because the data is much more further than the model itself. So I think these both things are really parallelly development, both together. Yeah.
I'm going to change the discussion a little bit back to this area of thinking again within the whole industry. Emmanuel, again, you brought up this idea of Daniel Kahneman's book, Fast and Slow Thinking, and that was reinforced. Fast thinking being system one, very automatic. You just do it, right? And if you can do it faster, and it's better. Slow thinking is the one that our human brain predominantly the overriding mode will be system one, fast thinking, the creature of habits, and it's only in certain moments where it gets disrupted. Where system 2 can kick in. And that is what he calls slow thinking, where it takes mental effort to think through some of these. And I think that's where the morning session, where if we have multiverses or lots of data like Ramkuhas, you have 50 models, and suddenly you have to weigh which one to choose. And that forces a bit of mental work, or in Emmanuel's promptism, where the authorship you lose a little bit of the authorship to the text, and let the machine generate some things, and then you come back and reevaluate again. That requires mental effort. So again, the question comes back, how important are both mode of thinking? I know we can have hawker center food, we can have artisan coffee, so it's okay sometimes to have fast automatic system where we do the same things better. But how important is system two to this in the future of AI? To go for the best, to break through that mental moment where something new is created. That's the question.
So I'll just take a short answer on this. One way of what we are actually researching on is to enable this assistive analytics part, where you actually assist the designer to sort of take decisions and not get stressed out, for example. and hence you look at simple outputs, graphical outputs. But again, the challenge would be where the designer himself still has to adapt to these particular situations. I think that will happen through time, but from the system side, we can always enhance by actually learning the time that the person takes to decide, for example, and the assistive analytics just it improves over time.
I'm not sure if I would be able to answer it directly, but like it's a very interesting thought process, which is like the system thinking one, which thinking fast, which we are so ingrained into. That has become core of our industry. Slightly controversial over here. I genuinely feel that 80% of the time which an architect, especially a junior or an associate architect, spends is a lot driven through muscle memory. which is the fast thinking aspect, and only like a 10-20%, depending on kind of firm, comes through that. I think we would need to increase that system too a lot more if we really need to get better and reduce the dependency on system one thinking. But system one is also important because that's where experience, knowledge which has been gathered comes into picture. This is not an answer to the question, but I think generally we need to ponder over how do we make sure that we expand that system to penetrate much deeper into the industry. And also, generally talking about architecture, I was reading this, I don't remember the name of the book, very old one, which questioned what is architecture. And it articulated it in 3 simple words, and I think it still holds true. It's, I think, 1,000 or 1,500-year-old book. It's like architecture should be beautiful, should be usable, should be sustainable. Sustainable not in the climate change, but like sustainable in general. So the fast food analogy of architecture, I think it might not be able to satisfy all of these 3 criteria, and I think it would be a dystopian reality if it comes true, from my perspective.
Maybe I can try to deconstruct this, the original version of the slow and fast, right? System 1 and 2. Yeah, if you think about it, if someone is, let's say, system 1 is fast, right? Because it's just reactionary. But let's say you're a sports person who is, very good at playing, I don't know, tennis maybe, and he can like kind of move very quickly, making decisions on the spot. So there is this proficiency in making typically slow way of thinking into fast way of thinking. So just kind of brainstorming at the same time that once we get used to the kind of tools, the AI system, and in theory, we should get faster, right? And make decision with it faster. And therefore, the quality of the so-called slow thinking manifests itself as a fast system. And I think if we go along that line of thinking, then it would benefit the industry because often it's the time wasted, right? That makes it rather painful, speaking from the industry.
The machine actually learns, and you can actually save these behavioral patterns as templates, so that when a particular person operates, he actually, let's say the assistive part of it, it understands which user it is, how its behavior is, and hence the data is streamed or shown with a certain speed to adapt to the user, because every human is different.
In fact, there's this whole, I was in Glasgow a month or so for this conference called Design Computing, Cognition and Computing. So there are many people looking at looking at the neuroscience. So measuring the brain waves and as this human subject perform design task. So the idea is to have an even deeper understanding, a neural basis of perhaps in the future quickening that thought process by first understanding it, and then design system that would kind of address these phenomenon.
One last question, as we don't have any more from the audience. This is open to all, could be directed to Emmanuel as well. What is the possibility that the creative and design process be completely AI-driven?
From my side, for now, not in my lifetime. I have another probably 40, 50 years left. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, that was my conclusion of the presentation as well. I don't see it happening. And I think it's good that it shouldn't happen that way.
1 year?
I think this kind of building could happen, not in the physical world, but maybe in the metaverse.
Manuel?
I believe it won't, but actually even if it does, there will be, hackers whatsoever to derail that direction, just like all major political system or whatsoever system. That surely there will be some crazy artists or hackers to do otherwise, just to have a different world.
I mean, if it ever comes to that, please always have someone to pull the plug on the power supply. All right. It is, yes. Okay, so I think we're just about out of time. I'd like to conclude this session by thanking all of our panelists, Emmanuel, 1 year, Sagar, and Altaf, for their participation, and we hope the audience will now have a better understanding of AI and its application in the creative and design industry. Back to you, Emmerich.
Right, thank you, Sudirman, and thank you to our 4 distinguished panelists for a very engaging first roundtable, the Creative Roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, so this marks the end of our morning session, but do come back, please, at 2 p.m. for our second session, which will be the Innovative Roundtable. Right now, for those of us who are here in person, we do have lunch arranged for you, and that's located at the D-Star Bistro beside the library on the ground floor. At this juncture, we would also just like to thank our supporters for making this event possible. They are Esquire, Allocate Space, Anticat, Autodesk, Johnson Controls, MYR Labs, NotesPay, NUS, NVIDIA, Snaptrude, SOFA, and of course, SUTD. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you again after lunch.
Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, for BeyondX.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. That actually like it a lot, because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, and which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously for BeyondX.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot, because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, and which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, for BeyondX.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. That actually like it a lot, because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome or welcome back, as may be the case, to the afternoon session of BeyondX. We will be going live very shortly, so just a reminder, some housekeeping rules here to please switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Note that the washrooms, for those of us who have those of you who have just joined us in person, the washrooms are on the ground level. And in terms of emergency exits, should such a need arise, they are located on the left and right to the rear of the venue, as well as on the ground floor. A few other points in view of the ongoing COVID pandemic. Please keep your face masks on at all times and practice safe distancing as far as is practicable. We also have a few exhibitor videos and booths downstairs, so at your leisure, you may wish to check them out. We will be starting in a few minutes, so please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 1 minute. So BeyondX, the afternoon session, will start live in 1 minute. So we encourage you to take your seats. And please, again, a reminder, those of you who have just joined us in person, to please switch your mobile phones to the silent mode. Thank you. Please note also that the event will be live streamed over YouTube. Right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of BeyondX. Welcome or welcome back, as may be the case. We hope you've all had an enjoyable lunch. Right now, we are going to start off with the afternoon session, which is the Innovative Roundtable, featuring 4 distinguished speakers and, of course, co-moderated by Joe Fu and Mr. William Lee. So I'll just hand you over to Joe right now. Without further ado, Joe, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Be those who are here live with us, or those the majority of you who are online. My name is Joe, and I'm your moderator for the second session of BeyondX today, where we address the innovative elements of Phygital realm. So, a gentle reminder to our virtual and live audiences: there will be a Q&A session at the end of the roundtable. You can submit your questions by scanning the QR code provided. So without further ado, let me introduce you to the first speaker, Dr. Justin Yeo. Dr. Justin Yeo is a senior lecturer at the Department of Civil and Engineering at NUS. He has also worked as a project management consultant, identifying good site practices for construction, as well as implementing BIM and digital technologies in construction companies. So welcome, Dr. Justin. You may begin. Yeah.
Okay, it's my honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you all so much for joining in this session. Today, my talk is going to be about reinventing construction through digitalization and automation. So it's a lot about what we are doing in NUS, where we try to bridge or try to bring research and innovation to the built environment industry. So just a quick overview of the stuff that my research lab actually does. Well, we cover the entire life cycle of a building project. We look at the design phases using intelligent compliance systems, digital construction planning down to lean virtual design and construction. Recently, we've also been very active in terms of construction automation and robotics. And we're also very interested in data-driven building asset management. So Joe has done a wonderful job in introducing me, so I'm not going to be talking too much about myself. We can have a chat later if you are interested. But just wanted to start off today's presentation by going through something that I think a lot of people are very familiar with. One is, well, what's the state of our built environment industry today? We are looking at something like a 30 billion construction demand in Singapore. This was sometime in 2021. So we are a very sizable industry, at least within Singapore. We have been castigated, right, to be a low productivity industry. Whether it's true or not, I think that's something that's debatable. But I think that there's a lot of improvement that we can do in terms of productivity. And last but not least, well, we are extremely hazardous. I think we are all aware of the recent mishaps that has been happening in the construction sites. Unfortunately, we are the first in terms of the industries that have been surveyed by MOM in terms of fatalities. So in terms of the challenges of the industry, so I was just having lunch earlier, and we were talking a little bit about some of these challenges with some of the other speakers as well. We are facing a big problem today. We have an aging workforce, and worse, right, to compound this issue, we are not getting enough younger engineers and architects to join the industry. Not only that, in terms of the processes, everybody knows that we're extremely fragmented. Worse, each fragment is a silo in itself. And we are actually facing a lot of conservative cultures in these fragmented processes. And lastly, of course, is that we have a very dynamic environment, extremely hazardous. It's very varied in terms of the work that we do. So in light of all these challenges, the thing that comes to our mind is, well, what can we do? Are we in a position that we can change what we are trying to achieve? So that's what we'll be trying to address in today's talk. And to answer that question, I would like to introduce something we call the 3 Ps of construction productivity. This has been used in various different contexts, but I thought this would be a very good framework in which we can use to frame today's conversation. So the 3 Ps being people, process, and product, where people we're referring to, well, the culture and the talent. The process being, of course, building information and how we generate it. And of course, the products being robotics and automation in the built environment industry. So I'm going to take this chance to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we do in NUS. So the first one is in process. So I think one of the big issues that we have when we talk about building information modeling is always about quality of information. And we're always asking that question. When I meet BCA, I'm always asking a question, well, how do we police this information? How do we make sure that this information is usable at the right time by the right people? So we have actually been looking at this question for a while now. And some of the research that we've been looking into this has been in developing some of the techniques and some of the frameworks to address this issue. So when I mention these issues, I'm coming from it from a very structural perspective because I'm a civil structural engineer by training. We are looking at things like incomplete parameters, non-connected nodes between our analysis models, improperly modeled geometric elements, and even clashing geometries. So these are some of the issues that we would be facing, particularly from the structural modeling perspective. So, so my researchers have actually created a tool where we can help to address these issues. The idea is actually very simple. How do we go about addressing this? The key here is, well, let's look at the BIM execution plan. Can we automate this BIM execution plan? Because the BIM execution plan is the document that helps us to articulate, right, how we are able to carry out our BIM quality processes. So we have a kind of created, right, a digital BIM execution plan as well as an IQA framework so that we can now carry out these kinds of structural checks. So the work that we did in that particular project was actually the precursor to what we're actually doing today. By looking at the model quality, we have actually moved on a little bit. And today we're actually working with BCA and GovTech. You guys may have heard of CornetX, I hope. Okay, so I'll probably just give a very quick reminder to what CornetX is. So CornetX is going to be the new system that's going to be taking over from Cornet 2.0. It comprises a couple of different parts, the collaboration platform as well as the automated model checker. So we are actually working with BCA as well as GovTech in creating a system, or at least a subsystem within this huge CornetX that deals with the structural submissions. So part of the work actually involves the standardization of information, something that we call the IFC-SG. So this is going to be a new information data standard that is going to be in Singapore. The key here is that this is supposed to be a one-stop collaborative service for stakeholders. So we're going to be looking at how we change the process in terms of regulatory submissions. The hope is that we can then streamline, right, this kind of submissions for the routine checks. And what we are doing, actually, we are doing a small part of this, which is to look at rule-based systems, right, where we can help the QPs to identify your non-compliances early. So these are examples in where we are looking at the process and how we're going to be changing the process, streamline the process to make it more efficient for the people in our industry. Something that I thought, well, since this event was organized by ONG&ONG, I thought I'll just bring in something a little bit architectural. One of the things that we've been working on actually has been in converting architectural models to create compliant structural PPVC modules. The issue today, I think, is that quite a few architects, I'm not saying ONG&ONG, quite a few architects design without knowing the PPVC module constraints. And because they are not aware of these constraints, then the engineers, when they take over these models, the architectural models, then we need to re-specify or redesign the structural beams. And then this will create a lot of rework, because then we have to go back to the architect and redo the entire design process. So what we have done is we've done a very simple prototype where we created a small little plug-in that takes in an architectural model and creates homogenized, uniform structural PPVC modules from the structural model. So we've had some quite interesting results. So if you look at some of the pictures here, we do an automatic conversion of some of the columns to fit into the PPVC profiles. So some of our initial results actually indicate that we are able to potentially reduce the design cycle time by about 30%. And we have actually verified that the models that we are generating from these from our plugins is actually able to fit into the structural analysis and design. So we don't have to do too much rework when we transfer the models. So that's for processes. Now, in terms of products, like I said, this is a new venture for my research team, and we have been looking at some of the robotics and automation research into how we can try and solve some of the existing problems that we have today. So one is this thing called the drone-based facade inspection systems. So as you know, our public residential buildings today, well, it's aging. They are actually getting more and more complex as time goes by. And there are a lot of instances where the facades, especially the concrete facades, have been falling off. So what this has actually precipitated is that we now have a regular inspection regime that we call the periodic facade inspection. And this is a new requirement, well, now not so new. It was, I think, launched early this year or late last year. And so we were one of the research teams that were tasked to, well, look into this problem and see whether we could come up with better methods of inspecting. So I'm happy to say that, well, it was a very interesting problem. We were fairly successful in being able to use relatively low-tech solutions, drones and cameras, to pick up problems and defects with our facade. So we are able to pick up things like your spalling, blistering, biological growth, cracks, and even peeling. And for delamination, right, we actually played around with using the infrared cameras to try and detect some of these, what we call the latent defects. So our experience with this was fairly encouraging. And this actually led on to a potential startup that was actually looking at this building facade defect inspection. So we actually developed an application, right, based on a particular inspection workflow that we could then help the building inspectors to carry out this facade inspection. Now, another very exciting project that we've just embarked a couple of months back is on the inspection of construction sites using legged robots. So the idea here is actually very simple. We actually have procured Boston Dynamics Spot. We have been working with Trimble to place one of the Trimble scanners, laser scanners on top. We interface the scanners with the building information model and also close it out with the inspection reporting system. We have actually built some of the algorithms, AI algorithms, that is actually based on the scanner data to try and detect some of the defects in the building. I'm quite happy to say that we have been focusing quite a lot on the TOP inspections, and we have been fairly successful in inspecting some of the items. For example, the staircases, for example, the widths, the rises, and the treads. We have also been able to do things like the inspection of the rooms, doors, handrails, and what's currently in progress is that we're actually moving this towards the debris as well as the signages. So all these things are part of the inspection process for the TOP inspection for residential buildings. Okay, so I've talked a lot about process and products. Now, you notice that I've missed out the last one, which is on people. And I would actually say that people is perhaps the most important ingredient, but it's also perhaps the most challenging part of this whole exercise in trying to reinvent the construction industry. Just to put things back in perspective, I think the technology that we have today is fantastic. It's maturing very, very quickly. The tools are available and at our disposal. The issue today, perhaps, is that we need to embrace the change. We need to overcome that kind of fear of new technology and complacency, right, of business as usual. I would like to end off by saying something that often when I hear some government agencies, they are adopting technology for the sake of adopting technology. And while that works for government agencies, I think as a practitioner in private practice, do not do that, right? Always have a use case that always have a use case in mind, understand the use case, understand the limitations of the technology before you start to embark on applying these technologies to your problem. So I'd like to end off with this, that the solution to reinventing the industry, the tools are available. It's now a matter of us. Are we able and do we hunger enough to want to change the industry for ourselves? And with that, I end my presentation. I'll end off with a couple of words that I'm very, very excited in terms of the research that we're doing, that we can build the future and shape the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. As you said, adoption is key, so it's up to us on how we're going to adopt more of the technologies. Welcoming the next speaker, Mr. Gabriel E. In his own words, frustrated by constant "it cannot be done" pushbacks, Gabriel and his research team took a gamble, and it paid off handsomely. Today, they work with their partners to achieve game-breaking outcomes through unorthodox innovations. At Maya Labs, it's all about developing new paradigms for edge, intelligence, and building the hardware to make them a reality. Let's welcome Gabriel. Can someone help with the...
I got it, I forgot the microphone. I thought I could just stop. It's okay, I think we'll wait for our slides and then, yeah.
Give us a second to load the slides. Gabriel, you want to introduce yourself a little bit first?
I got the slides for that. I think I cannot survive without slides and my script. Okay, I think it just take a while. It's not.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a straightforward thing. There we go. Okay, so I think I can start now. Hi, my name is Gabriel. I'm the managing director of Labs. And here I thank you ONG&ONG for inviting us to come down. It's very rare that we get to share the work that we do. I think for most people, when they go on our website, it's very stealthy, it doesn't say anything. So we are more about the concepts and pushing new ground rather than telling people what we do. Yeah, that's why we don't really tell too much on our websites. We generally look for avenues like this to talk about what we do. Okay, so very quickly, a quick introduction to Labs. I think the straightforward thing is that we are a spin-off from A-Star, right? And we're in the business of creating the hardware and the algorithms for futuristic robot capabilities and human experiences, right? We have very solid institutional investors, and we're also on the IMDA Spark program. Now, specifically for what we do, we are a robot company, but we don't build robots. Instead, we're in a business of redefining what a robot truly is. We're in a business of changing the way how robots and humans function. We're also in a business of developing sophisticated capabilities for robots. Now, the title of my presentation is It's Time for Better IoT. So I guess it's quite natural for me to start with what's wrong with IoT. And of course, I think what's wrong with IoT really starts with who you're interacting with and who you're getting your opinions from, right? If you talk to the academics, they'll go on and on about how IoT is about security and privacy and the volume of data and the complexity of data arrays. There's really no end to the problems for these guys, right? And to them, when they look at IoT, the world is either black or the world is either white, or eventually only black and white. They look at a very big problem, they chop it up, they take one of the smallest, easiest problems and work on it so they can go back home at 5:30. It's true. I came from there, I know. But the real world is really, really different, right? The real world is complex. It's intertwined, it's interdependent. It's a ever-changing cacophony of colors that makes our life really interesting and makes it full of excitement, right? So really, while the academics are going home at 5:30, for us, business owners, the problem solvers, the innovators or troublemakers like me, we are toiling late into the night, figuring out how to make excellence happen by varying all the different trade-offs that we have just to make an IT solution work. And in the real world, for people like us, what that means is that we're dealing with more and more servers, right? We're dealing with ecosystem lock-in by the various people who produce these ecosystems. And we also have to deal with feature constraints that the vendors of equipment impose on us. And again, I don't know if people really agree with me, but I think it's a very big deal. The fact that we have to deal with power supply for every IoT device. Every IoT device out there, you have to run a power cable through it. That's really, really annoying. And I think the very sad thing is that the academics will never understand this. They're not so much caring about the problems in the real world. They care more about the part that's in academia. But as I talk about all these challenges, all these wrongs, I don't think that this is actually the biggest wrong. I think that the biggest wrong in IoT is having to accept IoT solutions that require you to press a button, right? And I think the biggest challenge for IoT is to remove that button completely. Now, I've shared these thoughts with a lot of people, right? And I've got, of course, many comments. I think the most normal one is that, oh, look, it's another stupid millennial, right? I don't have to walk there and turn off the lights already. Now this guy pressed the button on his phone, so little work already, still complain. What a damn strawberry. Whatever. So I get that all the time, from the older generation, especially when they don't really understand how the tech works. So we have our opinions, but I'm just sharing them now, so hear me out for a bit, and it's decide where you really want to go with this. Right. Now let me explain what's wrong with pushing a button, right? The problem with pushing a button is that you're doing work, right? When you're doing work, it's not luxury, right? It's not futuristic. It's not exciting. In fact, there's no imagination. There's no awe-inspiring outcome. There's no magic, right? Pushing a button, it's the compromise that the people who go back home at 5:30 want you to make because they don't want to make something better. Pushing a button is you cranking a machine and telling the machine what you want the machine to do, instead of the machine knowing what you want to do and giving it to you. So whenever you push a button, that's backward. It's very old-fashioned, right? And I say this because we live in an age where there's auditory cognition. We live in an age where there's pose estimation. We also live in an age where there's gesture recognition. There's no need for you to be contented with having to push a button. In fact, you should not like to have to push a button at all. And with this mindset and this way of thinking, this is some of the things that we are working on, right? We are working towards building the enabling technologies to enable good IoT to happen by removing that button. Now, of course, I think we have to define what good IoT is, right? And good IoT for us is magic just happening in the environment around you. What that means is that 99% of the time, things in the world should just happen, right? Environment should understand what you're doing and then autonomously learn what's needed to please you and to get you to do even much more less. And for the last 1% of the time, because you want to give the machine some super specific, absolutely, accurate information, you should be able to communicate with that machine or the environment around you with no apps, no buttons, no nothing, right? The environment looks at you, it understands what you're trying to do, it understands what you're trying to say, and then adjusts itself to give you exactly what you absolutely want. And again, this is the thing that we're working on. So the question is, what are we doing to get there, right? And I'll tell you that it's a very long journey. And I think at the start of the journey, what we're doing is we're asking really, really, really tough questions. And I think that you should probably be asking these same questions too. The first of that questions is that, do we really need to store so much data about the environment or the sensors? Do we really need to use so much data? The other thing is that most of these are done on computers. Do we need so much computational power? Do we need servers? Do we need data farms? Do we really need it, right? And I think we also ask ourselves, do we really need such sophisticated AI? Maybe there's a better way of doing all this, right? And I think the question we should really ask is, how much is really too much? And if we are in the real world and all of us are small compared to these big tech companies, I think the question we should ask is, what will it take to reach or achieve the sophistication without having to depend on big tech, right? Now, I'm going to apologize here because unfortunately, Merlabs doesn't have the answer yet. But I believe that, we have beliefs, right? And we believe that the way forward is developing AI techniques that can learn with very little data, right? We believe that the way forward are algorithms that are optimized for very, very low computation. And we also believe that the way forward is to have server-level computational power inside the home. Right. So I can talk all day long about the AI techniques that we're working on for robots and how it can be translated to the real world. But I think it's very boring because all you see are graphs and numbers. Nobody's going to see that. So I think what I would like to share today is what we're doing to shrink servers, to make them smaller, right? And this is really, from a tangible perspective, that's the most visible thing that you can see about us. We have that. It's a Dell T350 tower server. It's huge. This is the kind of computation that you need, right, for a small SME. And it's enough computation that's it's more powerful than a desktop, but not enough to fill your entire rack, right? So if you're an SME, this would fill your entire, IT needs for about 10 to 20 people. Now, if we want to bring this to the home, especially when you automate a whole home or whole building, it's overkill. Hell, it's even overkill for the IoT needs for that small SME, right? In fact, you probably don't even need much more than a couple of the compute modules that we have right there, which I have in my hand right here. It's really small, right? Each of these compute units is essentially a very powerful Android-based computer, right? And I would I hope you can squint your eyes a little and look at the sizes there, the size of the tower server and the power consumption, and compared to our compute units and the power consumption. Right, you're looking at literally orders of magnitudes of difference, right? And so to us, and how we see things going forward, the future of IoT is not more and more servers controlled by big tech or more and more servers controlled by anyone, right? But micro server arrays that are deployed on the edge and easily scalable to whatever computational needs that are required. Now, of course, people look at this and, some of the mean comments I say that I get is, why don't you just use a Raspberry Pi? And I'll tell you that a Raspberry Pi is not going to cut it. And there are a few good reasons for this, right? Even though some people have successors, right? The thing is that the Raspberry Pis were never designed to be industry ready. If you go talk to the Raspberry Pi creators, they'll tell you it's meant for education. And that's why it really is. When you deploy Raspberry Pis in real world, you have issues like SD card corruption, right? And if you're getting the latest Raspberry Pi, they run so hot that you need a fan. That's not really good for any industrial environment, especially if it's dusty, right? Now, for us, on the other hand, we take a different approach. We've been spending a lot of our resources creating, even more reliable, ever more featureful compute units. And what I have here in my hand is quite small. It has literally almost the same, or if not more power, than your mobile phone, right? I don't know, it's about 7 cm by 4 cm. It's small, it's tiny, and I think the most important thing is that it's fanless, right? So this device right here is designed to be robust, even in the worst kind of conditions possible in any industrial environment, right? Now, I think unlike the Raspberry Pi, you don't really have to worry about SD card corruption or read-write corruption. And that's because as we design this particular hardware, we make certain decisions, right? So this hardware is resistant to read-write corruption. It's done at the OS level, it's done at the design level. And so what happens is when you put this in an industrial environment, it can be hot. There can be abrupt power shutdowns and all that kind of thing. And this device is meant to last and power on again and again and again. So I think in all this, basically we have a device here that is, again, much more industry ready compared to Raspberry Pi. And again, my humble opinion, if you are really serious about IoT, come talk to us because I think this is definitely worth some of your attention. Now again, as I talk about IoT, and I'm going to end soon, I just want to go back to the wrongs that I talked about at the start, right? And obviously, we're in the business of righting some of these wrongs. And I guess what I presented so far, there will be many, and in fact, some of the things that we let out publicly, is that all we are doing is just shrinking and downsizing servers. I think that's one way of looking at it. But actually, I think we are doing really a lot more, right? In our other work, we are building an entire ecosystem of devices that will be standards compliant. And not just that, because we're in the business of creating and designing and making hardware, we can take a very different approach to IoT. If something doesn't exist, we just go out and create it. as long as it doesn't break the laws of physics and the budget is available for it, we probably can go create it and make it happen. And not just that, every time we create a new technology, we make it such that it's easily extendable and customizable. I think for one of the projects that we had recently, they went from conceptualization to prototyping in under 7 weeks. So if you're in the hardware business, that's hugely, ridiculously fast. And that's because we have the right ecosystem and partners to help us with that. So again, if you look at the work that we do from a very practical perspective, if creating futuristic experiences is what you're looking for, I would say we are allies, come talk to me. I think what's less apparent and obvious is the paradigm change that we are enabling with our work. When you can downsize and shrink servers very affordably, there's no need to send data out to any third-party provider, right? Everything can be localized in a closed environment within a system that is standards compliant by any security mechanisms that are out there. And I think for IoT, I think that's really the best way forward. No need for big tech, no need for third-party processing of your data or sharing of your data or security of your data. Everything within your own closed private network. It's nice, clean, and completely scalable. Okay, so I think that's basically a very quick introduction to one of the things that we are working on. It's a very small snapshot of what we do for a very quick session here. So if you think there's something interesting there that we do, if you think it's cool, or if you think it's something that you can have a use for, please come to me. I'm very happy and open to work with anyone. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gabriel. It's definitely a very inspiring talk. Give us a lot of things to think about. Bear in mind that IoT definitely have a lot of influence on our physical built environment as well. So it's really very, very relatable to our topics today. Before I go on to the next speaker, just a reminder that if you have any questions, I'm sure we all do, please scan the QR code and put your questions in. So for the next speaker, we are welcoming Mr. Vishal Sampson. Mr. Sampson is the current Chief Technology Officer of NotesPay. He's a trained information security consultant with a diverse background in cyber AI product development and DevSecOps project management in a variety of industries, including security, construction, IT, and manufacturing. Welcome, Mr. Sampson.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks for the opportunity to present our idea of blockchain application and contracts and payments. So we are particularly focusing on construction industry. Myself, Samson, I'm the current CTO for NotesPay Tech. So NotesPay Tech is a blockchain-based payment system provider, currently target towards the construction. So before moving into what we are going to do, I'll give a just brief about agenda that I'm going to present in this session. First, we'll start with the fundamentals and background, and then we are moving to the problem statement that NotesPay is objective to solve it out. And then the potential opportunities of blockchain and smart contracts by combining with the financial institutions, and then the working mechanism of NotesPay's platform and how it's going to provide a solution to the problem statement. So as a fundamental, first, the blockchain is actually a data structure which is a growing list of data blocks combined together. Because the moment when we say blockchain, most of us think with the Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency. But in actual, blockchain is an underlying technology. Same as when comes with software development, we have a variety of sub-branches like web application, mobile application, and lot. Same applies to the blockchain also. Cryptocurrency is one of the application of blockchain, not a whole blockchain. And then the smart contract, which is what we actually doing with NotesPay. So smart contracts are actually the programs stored top of the blockchain, and those are like executable when certain conditions are met. For example, when we do general programming, there is a technical term called if-else statement. If this is the condition, then perform this action. So this is something similar to the smart contract where we write the instructions and store it on top of the blockchain. Now moving back to the background, blockchain in construction industry is not a very new thing. And of course, like when we focus on global level, many companies across the globe are actually working on construction industry to incorporate the blockchain mechanisms ranging from the building design to maintenance. And there is actually a new concept called asset tokenization, which is something like NFT. But instead of your sharing with the image and all those things, you'll basically share the token, which consists of ownership of a particular property. And then cross-border transactions, which is one of the growing blockchain application being used in the real estate and also in construction industry. And there is a similar blockchain technology called Hyperledger, which is currently being used in construction industry in Europe and USA to maintain all the building related works and functionalities. So the problem statement we have taken is late payments. So as you can see in the first picture, in the typical construction payment workflow, the project owner directly pays to the main con. Then from the main con, will be paying to the subcons. So there is a lack of visibility between the main con and subcon, which results in late payment or very slow payments. And the second picture, you can see the news clip from Straits, which was published in October 2021, where slow payments in construction sector is the worst hit for the last 1 year. So when it comes to the construction industry, the late payments or slow payments results in delayed project deadlines. Thus, it increases the project budget, which causes the issues with the project owner. And when it comes to the subcons, who are the main people who are getting affected, when they are approaching for the loans in banks or any other financial institutions, there is a high risk because the banks or financial institutes are not sure when they will be getting the money back. So that is another issue that subcons will be facing. So what NoteSpay does as a solution is, instead of going to the main con for all the payment distribution to subcon, we are introducing the smart contracts to make the payments to the subcontracts. So thus it provides a complete visibility and then transparency across the project between the main con and subcon. And also all the payment triggers are fully automated. Thus this cannot be stopped. Moreover, once the payment instruction is triggered, there is no way we can stop it. Thus the subcontractor will get the payment on time. And then with this current smart contract in place, which provides complete transparency, and you can track each and every transaction that has been made from the platform and from which party to which party. And as upcoming features, we are working on introducing the verifiable credentials, which one example is open search from GovTech, where currently many educational institutes in Singapore already adapted, where they are using it to issue the degree certificates and other credentials, which comes under the blockchain platform. So the standard is called OpenCert. So we are working towards in that aspect also to provide verifiable credentials to the subcontractors, so that when they are approaching for a bank loan, they can use it as a surety or a promise to pay. Now coming back to the general applications of blockchain and construction industry, one is the verifiable credentials, as I mentioned before. So with the verifiable credentials in the place, the subcons can approach financial institutions or banks with the proof that they are going to get pay. So taking that as a collateral or a form of promise, banks and financial institutes can avoid the risk of non-payments, so that it benefits the subcons to get the financial help whenever they are required. And almost when we talk in global level, the estimated growth for this particular verifiable credentials and identity market will be growing into 6,822 USD million by the year 2027. So this verifiable credential is built top of the blockchain. And then the Hyperledger integration to manage the inventory in the project management for the whole construction field. So Hyperledger is another blockchain-oriented concept where accepted parties like main cons and all the project owners can be collaborated on particular project, where all the verified users can use it to trace each and everything happening from the project design to project maintenance. So each and every information, in the sense like they can find out all the designs, and also they can use it to store all the parties involved and all the banking information, everything, and only particular people with the access rights can access the information to provide privacy. So third interesting concept and the potential application is asset tokenization, which is also classified as security token. So it is similar to NFT, where instead of sharing the image, the token consists of ownership. So one of the example is in May 2022, MAS launched a project called Project Guardian, where they are exploring the use cases for using the digital assets concepts with the major financial institutes like DBS and UOB and then JP Morgan. So one of the category they are using is digital asset, where they are looking into the asset tokenization, where they will encrypt the whole property or a particular piece of property into a token, where all the ownership will be written into the token and use that as a collateral to issue loans. So this is one of the key areas of blockchain, which is estimated to be grow by $24 trillion by 2027. And this research is from one previous banks and then the research agencies across the globe. The fourth most area is prop tech. So prop tech is basically property technology. So this one is not only the blockchain, but it also consists of other technologies like IoT, data analytics, and all those things together. So one of the innovative prop tech area where the blockchain can be used is listing management. So listing management, currently when we go for property listing web pages, you can see all the listings are in like very generic. You'll basically find out the property information and then the typical amenities and nearby information. So if you visit any property portals, more or less the information is very generic. But with blockchain in place, you can add more information categories that provides better and accurate information on continuous ownership. For example, you can track down the whole history of ownership for a particular property. So thus it provides more visibility and good overview about the property. So now node space mechanism and how node space is constructed to solve out the problem statement of late payment or slow payment. So at first the main con, it's a typical process like where they submit the certified sum for the subcontractor for the work they have done. Once the main con submitted the certified sum, now the subcon will be getting the notification and then acknowledge the work and then the certified sum submitted by the main con. So once the subcon is okay and acknowledge the certified sum, we'll be creating a smart contract based on the wallet address we'll be assigning to them. Then we'll be deploying into a private blockchain network. So the function of this particular smart contract is to act as a promise to pay. So with this smart contract in place, let's say they set the due date of a certain date. So when the due date comes, it will automatically execute the smart contract and then the instructions to pay will be transferred to the bank. So once the smart contract is executed and the instructions are submitted, then it is completely irreversible. So nobody can influence the payment, payouts and all those information. So this is the typical process, the high level process flow we are using in NodeSpay application. And I have compiled a few questions that we typically get from our audience whenever we present about our platform. So does user needs to expertise in web application like MetaMask, Mainnet, all those things? So the moment we say like it's a Web 3.0 application, people typically ask like, do we need like a MetaMask plugin to log in and all those things? But in our application, we don't need such third-party application. In fact, our application is similar to Web 2.0 because of the way we have constructed the application and then the integrations we have made. Moreover, our target audience in construction industry and to provide more simplified process to them, we have designed in this way where they just log in into the website, same as they log in into Facebook or any other Web 2.2 application. And then another question we'll typically receive from audiences: with payments in place, does user need to use additional application besides NotesPay? But since our NotesPay is constructed in a way where we integrated all our blockchain and financial institutions application with microservices architecture, there is no need for the users, or especially the main cons or subcons, to use more platforms other than NotesPay. So we are providing it as a single portal where they can just log in and just use it as a normal web portal they'll be using as a Facebook or any other platform. So with our automation with our automation process in place, we communicate with all our external parties involved in the process, which include financial institutions and banks, and also the blockchain networks through API calls, and make the process more simpler. So just with the NotesPay application, they complete the whole project management work and also the payout works. And as a security background, one of the standard questions we receive is the platform is secured enough? So from the security point of view, of course, we keep on upgrade ourselves in terms of the security detection and then response. So our platform is built based upon the DevSecOps framework, and also we are following the standard DevOps operations, and we are following the security reviews, and then we are in process of getting the ISO 27001 certificate by following their guidelines to ensure the data privacy is met, and then we are following the standard security framework. So with this current security arrangements in place, we believe we can minimize the security risk and provide maximum security that we can. So as a conclusion, we have talked about the increased late payment in construction industry, especially from last 1 year, especially in Singapore, because construction is getting hits as listed as a first rank in terms of the late payments or delayed payments. And also the current processor in construction industry is vastly manual, where the whole payment comes from the main con to subcon. And then with our node-based architecture and process flow to ensure timely payment, we are expected to reduce the risk of subcons not getting the loan, and then reducing the late payments by at least 50% in Singapore. And then we have spoke about the potential worth of verified credentials and then the asset tokenization, which are few of the blockchain areas where many countries and then companies are looking forward to. Any questions or welcome?
Thanks, Simpson. I think we will leave the questions to the last. Yeah. So we have one more speaker with us. His name is Mr. Peter Story. Mr. Story currently is not in Singapore, so he will be joining us virtually. Peter Story is a research engineer in the manufacturing industry futures team in Birmingham, UK. He joined Autodesk in 2015 as a graduate applications engineer, and he's a chartered engineer with a master's in mechanical engineering and has a background in advanced manufacturing, particularly using 6-axis industrial robots. Mr. Story, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Excellent. Should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure if you've got the
You
slides
should.
there ready. Okay, perfect. Here we go. Let's try this. Can you see this okay? I'm afraid I can't see you anymore now.
All good?
All okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I'll make a start. Yeah, hello everyone, and a big thank you for the invite to speak today. And yeah, I wish I could be there in person. And thank you for the introduction. Yeah, my name's Peter Story, and I'm a research engineer working for Autodesk Research. And yeah, my focus is on large-scale additive projects through the lens of industrialized construction. So yeah, I've worked at Autodesk for around 7 years now. The majority of that time has been in the Birmingham Technology Centre, where I've been hands-on with a range of manufacturing hardware, but mainly with our Google robots for various manufacturing projects. So on screen are 3 of the more relevant projects that I've led the manufacturing of. The 3D printed boat was made by continuous extrusion of glass fiber with a UV curable resin. The generative bench was designed by a university student and with generative design. And then the DAR Smart Bridge, I'm going to talk about that more at the end of this presentation, so I won't say any more about it now. And as I say now, I'm charged with applying this knowledge to see how we can contribute and influence the construction industry. So this presentation is going to come in 3 sections. So when I talk about additive manufacturing and construction, really what I'm talking about is large-scale additive. I'll start by defining what I mean by large scale. And then I'll talk about the challenges that the industry faces if we want to see it mature into a more viable and widely adopted construction technology. And then finally, I'll talk about the work that we've recently done at Autodesk Research and hint at what we're going to do next. So let's get started with defining large scale. So I'm making a little assumption here that you're all familiar with the idea of 3D printing and that there are various different methods of 3D printing, whether that's extrusion-based, powder bed, SLA, and so on. But when we talk about AM in construction, I think of these 3 technologies. So aggregate-based covers processes like concrete printing, where typically a fluid feedstock is pumped to the printing head and cures or dries to a solid after deposition. Polymer-based is typically granulated pellets that are melted in an extruder after deposition, before deposition, I should say. And then metal-based to me is wire arc additive, where a welding torch is used as the 3D printing head. But instead of welding 2 pieces of metal together, as you normally would, you lay weld beads one on top of the other to build up your part. And these are all deposition style technologies where a material feedstock is fed to an extruder and then consolidated in a layer by layer fashion. So despite the fact that these 3 technologies cover a huge range of industries, they can all be addressed with a very similar software workflow. And to drive that point home, to explain that reasoning, this image gives a range of examples from the 3 technology categories of aggregate, polymer, and metal. Now, if I remove the overlay from these images, I personally find it a lot harder to draw distinct lines between these 3 technologies. And there are, of course, common themes of each that we could discuss at length, but no hard lines, I'd argue. So metal parts are typically more complex in design, while aggregate parts are often more simple. Metal parts typically have a smaller bead size, whereas concrete parts typically have the largest bead size. And in both cases, the polymers kind of fall somewhere in between the 2. So my point here is that the overarching software tools can be the same. And that's why I, particularly as I work for a software company, I guess, talk about all 3 of these technologies together, because progress for just one of these technologies is progress for all of them. And then, speaking of blurred lines, I'm often asked where I draw the line between large scale and small scale 3D printing. And there are, again, many factors, but I picked on these 3 that I think paint the picture. So machine adaptability. With large scale, we're often using a robot or a gantry system with more axes of motion than a small scale printer. That might be to move the robot on a track or to tilt the tool head in 5-axis motion. Or we might be printing on an unusual, non-planar substrate. But regardless, we rarely have a fixed coordinate system that we use for every print that we do. Support material. So this is definitely not a strict rule, but I'd suggest that large scale is defined by its exploration of methods that reduce or remove the need for support material. And then material flow rate. So this might sound obvious, but because a large quantity of material is used in large scale, it's often harder to stop it from flowing. And in a lot of cases, it's simply not an option to pause or change extrusion speed on the fly. And it's also much harder to accelerate a robot that's carrying a 200 kilo payload, while a small scale printing head can change direction incredibly fast. So these are all, I guess, small differences, but they have an impact on the approach that we can take to design and to the workflow we can use for manufacturing. And then, yeah, one slide just to round out this section on, some numbers on the market today. I've seen various market analysis reports, but the overarching theme is that the market size is growing exponentially and should reach a value of $1 billion by the end of the decade. And I think it was Justin that was talking at the start of this session about the challenges of construction, so like aging workforce, the desire to digitalize and so on. We can understand that interest in this technology is going to increase. And that's also been shown in places like Dubai, where they say their key goal is to ensure 25% of buildings are based on 3D printing technology by 2030. So even if they miss that target, that's undoubtedly a huge investment in this area. And then finally, for this slide, a paper published this year identified over 200 concrete printing projects that have been completed as of 2021. And that rate of completion is growing exponentially. So lots of interest in this area. So yeah, that's the market. And so moving on to what are the challenges that we see that threaten the adoption of this technology. So I like to break this down into 4 what I call pillars, which I believe embody the topics that are needed to make additive manufacturing viable for construction. And they are freedom of design, production speed, quality assurance, and sustainability. So of course, there are other challenges around policy, industry awareness, and upskilling of labor, and so on. But as an engineer, I'm focused mainly on the technical challenges that we can solve. So the first pillar is freedom of design, and there are again lots of these topics under just this one section. But for each pillar, I've selected 3 to show you to illustrate the point. So angle printing. This is certainly gaining popularity at the moment. We're seeing a lot of projects completed that use this method of printing on an angle, and it's effectively like turning your 3D printer onto a 45-degree angle. All the same kind of rules apply, strangely enough. But the benefit is that you can effectively print much larger overhangs without the need for support material. Advanced slicing is another topic which allows for more complex designs without the use of support material. Any method of printing this refers to any method of printing where the layers aren't parallel to one another. And this also gives more options for better print quality and strength optimization. Because large-scale additive projects typically keep the extruder running continuously, and that comes back to the previous section, the previous slide, where I was saying about the inertia of the printing head. But if we print the same way as we do for small-scale printing, then we get this very poor quality at the start and stop points. So we need to fix this with a few added software tricks. And yet you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, I've included this readiness scale. Don't take this too seriously, but this is my suggestion of how far along the journey we are with each of these topics. So if it scores a 0, then it's just an idea at this point. If it's a 1, then we've seen it demonstrated, but the software tools aren't really there to support it, and so on. And I'm talking about the industry as a whole, I should say, and this isn't just where Autodesk are with this, to be clear. Production speed, although efficient with material, additive manufacturing is slow. So we need to increase the speed of production to truly rival existing methods of construction. So hybrid manufacturing is a very well-proven software workflow, particularly for metal and polymer applications. I'd wager not so much for aggregate today. Hybrid gives us the option to print faster with a more coarse layer height and surface finish, and then use some sort of finishing tool to remove material to the required tolerance. With polymer and metal, this tool is usually a milling tool, whereas for concrete, a milling tool could also be used, but I'm hear of trials using a cement trowel or something similar attached to a robot to smooth the surface while the concrete is still drying. Robot synchronization, the benefits here are obvious. If you have more robots, you can do more work. The challenge is synchronizing these motions so that the manufacturer can be safe and efficient. And then reduced lifts. This is a personal favorite of mine. I like, I talked about multi-segment printing on the last slide, but this is the antithesis to speed. The more air moves you have, the more wasted time you have, essentially. So on screen is an example from Oak Ridge National Labs, where they solved the route inspection problem to figure out how to traverse the entire layer without going over the same line twice. And although it's not been published yet, I know that TU Eindhoven in the Netherlands have been extending this idea to concrete printing using topology optimization and graph theory together to do this sort of thing. Third, we have quality assurance. So interlayer adhesion is a super important topic for ensuring the strength of a part, as this is almost always the point of failure. We've been trying to address this internally by studying the variables that impact the interlayer strength and conducting mechanical tests and monitoring the temperature of every layer of the print to build an understanding of where failures might occur. Failure modeling takes this a step further and considers how the part might collapse or distort and how we can compensate for that before we hit print. So on screen is a metal additive example where we know the part will warp as we print it. So we print a modified shape that is kind of pre-warped in the opposite direction, and then that warps to the correct shape after it's been printed. And then finally, we need standards in place to prove that the parts we print are as good as we say. Otherwise, the technologies simply won't see widespread adoption. So there's a global working group of individuals that are developing ASTM and ISO standards specifically for additive manufacturing technologies in construction. And then the final pillar is sustainability. So you might argue that sustainability is its own kind of separate research endeavor, but no, I believe it's intrinsic to everything we do, and that's especially true for additive. You may know that better than me that cement production accounts for 8% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. So yeah, this cannot be a technology of the future unless we start with sustainability in mind. So yeah, the first column, many companies are now offering granulates for polymer printing that comes from recycled and bio-based sources. And carbon capture aggregate, I'm also hearing about for concrete printing. But the challenge is the trade-off between sustainability credentials and mechanical strength, depending upon the project we're doing. And then, yeah, extending from that, how do we as Autodesk help with that decision-making? Well, we need to look at the embodied carbon in the entire life cycle of the part and then expose that information to our users during the design process so that they can make more informed decisions about the materials and indeed the construction processes to use. And to be clear, this is certainly a research avenue that's in relative infancy, and we're committed to keep doing more in this area. So the final part of my presentation, our recent work to date. So over the past couple of years, we've been applying a lot of these research topics and some others in collaboration with the DAR group. So we started with this question of how we could use generative design, robot arm construction and sensor technology together to develop new workflows for the industrialization of construction. And the result of this collaboration so far has been the printing of a 2-meter long prototype bridge that you can see on screen. And yeah, as we speak, we are in the process of manufacturing an even larger bridge. So yeah, keep an eye out for that in the future. So with generative design, hopefully this animation is coming through okay on your screens. But with generative design, we define the key geometry, like in this case, the deck and the side walls of this part, and then computer algorithms generate the rest based upon loads and constraints that we define. So during this project, we were helping with the development of these algorithms with constraints specifically for 3D printing. So we told these algorithms we wanted to print this upside down, and that we wanted a maximum overhang angle of 45 degrees to avoid using support material, and we had a minimum element size of in this case 32 millimeters. Otherwise, it would be too small for our printer to realize. During manufacture, we of course applied our multi-segment tricks I mentioned earlier to improve print quality. the robot here is actually printing slower than normal, so this gives you a chance to see the tip wipe that we will apply. And we did some milling on this part, which if I click play for you, you should be able to see. Both to clean up these interface surfaces and to add channels for us to add strain sensors to it. And then on the bottom of the screen on the quality assurance pillar that I talked about, we use temperature sensors to monitor every layer of the print and build up an idea of where the strength in the part might be lower than intended. Finally, to the embedded sensors. So we added strain gauges throughout the print to both the deck and in the branches of this part. No fancy robot assembly in this case. Let me press play on that one. We machine channels in the part as we were printing and then put them in place by hand. And then in the bottom right, this is my colleague in research, Kian, who's actually presenting here tomorrow, and he's showing the data from these sensors in a dashboard on the back of the screen. You can see there. So if you're interested to know more about that research endeavor, make sure you're around tomorrow. Okay. And so what should you expect from us on the next project? So unfortunately, I can't give you many details today, but we're aiming to strongly address all topics from all 4 of these pillars I spoke about. And I'm hoping to give you, I'm hoping for more to be released to the public in the coming months. So keep an eye out for that. And that's it from me. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Peter. So now all 4 of our presenters, of our guests have done their presentation at roundtable. We'll be entering our Q&A session. So since Peter is the last one who has spoken, I have a question directed to you. What do you think is the most challenge or the biggest challenge for mass adoption of 3D printing in the building industry that you face? Do you think it's site constraints? Is it machine constraints, or is it mindset?
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit of both, a bit of everything. I think certainly industry awareness is getting there, and I talked about getting quality standards in place. I think once the quality structure is there, the ISO standards to follow are there, and people can see that these parts can be produced at scale and to a standard. I think that we might see it continuing to increase, even quicker. But yeah, to be clear, as I said, the rate of adoption of this technology is growing exponentially. So I think that's just going to keep on happening. I think that more and more people are going to be picking this up.
Peter, I got a question for you. This is William here. We got a good discussion about how Autodesk started all this stuff from CAD and went to manufacturing. So what are your thoughts in terms of the learned experience from manufacturing? How would those techniques which you're doing now brought into the world of construction? And the key is, how would this kind of adopt it, change, or convince the construction industry? There's a lot of stuff that's happening in the manufacturing industry, which you brought very nicely about the robots. How would this process come in a way that infusing into it, or a hybrid mode, or some kind of overlap? What is your thought on that kind of fusion approach?
Right, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, from my point of view, so as you say, I come in from a manufacturing background, and I'm in some ways still learning the construction industry and I guess the mindset there, the approach to construction, the approach to work. So yeah, I'm still learning in that respect. Yeah, I don't really have a great answer for you. I think that the technologies that we apply on a small scale to manufacturing do scale up to construction, and with the proliferation of robots and these larger gantry systems for printing even bigger parts, I think we're just continuing to prove that it's viable, and yeah, I think we're just going to see gradually more and more adoption of it.
So I'd like to add is probably this is also one of my interests because I run the Advanced Robotics Center at NUS. So the idea is about all this, bring a lot of know-how from the proven of factories and manufacturing. And the challenge is how to bring all these assets, which the technology, into open ground to manufacture. I guess it's really an open-ended question. I hope that what you have brought about, the awareness, and also I'll try to put on a question for everybody to think about is there's a lot of stuff that can come into the fusion approach. So that's actually something that, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. So we have some questions from the audiences as well. One question goes to Gabriel. So is there a concern that IoT will waste electricity? And is there any ongoing work that relates to sustainability that's related to IoT in, for example, solar or that?
That's a very good question because we're working on that. Okay, but I want to say two things, right? One is, with regards to sustainability, there's a lot of aspects to it, right? A lot of people just think it's about the carbon impact, but I think there's a lot more. There's things like, the manufacturers you work with, do they have humane working conditions? Where they source their parts from? Is it humane? Yeah, hopefully nobody dies. Yeah, that kind of thing, right? So I think if you're just focusing on carbon impact, actually it's very easy, right? There are two ways, right? One is you buy the offset. Second is, you get something that is actually, climate friendly by start. And that's not really easy. And so because we design hardware devices, I'll tell you the truth, the fact is that I don't think you can make a component completely carbon neutral. I think it's impossible. Someone's going to be digging that silicon on the ground, it's going through a factory, there's going to be water and all that kind of thing. That's going to happen. That's going to be used. And so we take a climate-friendly approach by buying carbon offsets for all our devices. So for every device we sell, basically we try to plant a tree for it. But a bit more than that, the PCB itself is only one part of a device. There's still the enclosure. So what we're doing right now within the company is we are experimenting with wood mimic bioplastics. So these are naturally biodegradable already. Of course, they're not going to be as good as ABS or PEEK or these like super materials, right? But I think it's something that we do anyway, because for the majority of environments, you don't need such high performance materials. Now, with regards to electricity use, I think that's a really, really good question. And again, we're doing something about that. The fact is this, right? Every time we install an IoT device, you have to run a power cable. In fact, I think that's the most expensive part of installing any IoT device. We can cost down our IoT device to $50 or less, but you're going to pull a cable, and that can be anywhere from $75 to $300, depending on the complexity and the make it works. So one of the things that we have been experimenting with is flexible PV panels. And what we're doing here is that we're experimenting with all these LED lights, all these fluorescent lights. Can we wrap a PV panel at the top of it and then power, the capacitors or power some batteries that is attached to these IoT devices? Right, so that's one of the things that we're doing. There's a battery, this powers that, and most of these devices are low power anyway, and these lights are going to be on anyway. So we're not costing or incurring any other electricity costs. We're just reusing what's already being spent. But I think what's more interesting is some of the work that we are seeing from people like ONG&ONG and all that kind of thing. We're talking about switches that don't require a battery at all. Basically through kinetic motion, where you just press a button, there's some motor, it generates some piezoelectric energy. We are trying this out. I think it's great. It's good for turning on and off switches. Very simple, basic commands. But if you want something more sophisticated, you can't do that. I think there's a lot to talk about for electricity and IoT. We're doing some work on it. We're still testing out how viable it is. I think some of them are very good, like the flexible solar PVs that we are using. I think what ONG&ONG is doing with that clicking and you're still sending a message is good. But I think there could be more that could be done. Yeah.
To add on to the question, even we look up our ceiling, I see a couple of smoke detectors.
Yeah.
There's 5G, 4G transponder, either from Singtel.
Right.
So there are a few routers around. Of course, we add on all the lights. So the thought is that would ever your team would consider having your IoT as an add-on to some of these devices, which is probably beside a router. They kind of stick it to it, and the power will come along, or then suddenly you realize that the power is not an issue, and you probably be able to ride along all these gadgets, because the last thing that we're going to have is another 5 pieces or 10 pieces of IoT on the top of us, which we already have so many assets. So what's the thought in terms of all this piggyback or add-on approach to as an accessory or system to what is the available devices around?
Right, so I can answer that from personal experience. Because when we came up from A-Star, right, we are bright, very enthusiastic, try everything, right? So one of the things that we wanted to do was to let's just upgrade all the lights to have sensors, right? All these like Wi-Fi APs, they're Ethernet based. In fact, our first positioning beacons that was meant for robots was built to have a PoE pass-through. There are other things as well. I mean, you don't touch the base stations APs. I mean, the telcos don't like it. Don't bother. Yeah, yeah, don't. They hate it. Yeah. And there's also some regulatory thing. Yeah, don't bother. Okay, so things like lights and all that kind of thing. Now it comes down to another thing, right? We tried. In fact, it's not even very difficult. It's brainless to create these hardware devices, but it's who gets upset. So the electricians don't care as long as you pay them, right? Because you just pull the red or black cable, stick it in, and you're done. But most of the time, the people that use the facilities are not the facility owners. So for example, I can rent this office space, and if I want to change the light, I'm going to ask the building owner for permission. And they say, oh, you install this IoT device, hey, can you don't or not? Can you just pull another cable? I give you that, you just pay $300. Yeah, that's the mentality that a lot of people have. And that's why we switched to this flexible solar PV, these energy harvesting things. And I think there are more applications to that other than just sending data. Because I think what a lot of people get wrong about IoT is that they just think it's just data collection. And I think that's a very, very minuscule part of IoT. The true value of IoT comes in actuation. What that means is that you have a command, it controls the environment. So for example, if I want to close the curtains of the window over there, I should be able to, just point a curtain and it's like turns off. I mean, that's the end goal. Of course, right now you press a button on your phone and somebody has configured it and all that kind of thing. But the question is like, can we install this motorized curtain that just harvests energy from the sun, since the window is having sun anyway, and it stores it on a battery? So again, it's just a clip-on add-on to your current curtain. There's no need to drag a power cable to it. So yeah, that's why I say, like the real big challenge of IoT is the power cables. Forget the security, forget the, privacy. Yeah, those are problems, but power cables, that's the real big enemy here.
Gabriel, you have described kind of a vision where you basically, you can control without working. That's the word that you use, right?
Yeah.
So is that your ideal future? And if so, how far do you think we are from the ideal?
Oh, we already done it. Not for every device. Okay, so I think you must understand something. We are not a hardware company per se. We're actually a robot company, and a lot of the things that we do comes from a robotic perspective. The reason why we are so confident in saying that for IoT you have to remove the button is because we've done it with robots. Right? When a robot walks to a door, it's not going to press a button, it's just going to tell the door open and close. We have the controllers to do that, the actuators that do that already, and the robot has a computer on board, it makes a decision, sends the commands out, and it's done. Now, when it comes to humans, it's a bit different, right? I can point at the light, but there's a whole lot of things that must happen. Ideally, there's a camera that's looking at me. This camera is in the right position. It's estimating that I'm pointing that, so it must be able to guess my pose, right? And after that, right, what happens is that it has to read my gesture. So if I did this and tick, it should know that I'm commanding something, and it should be smart enough to look at all the states that are happening and figure out whether I'm trying to turn it on and off. So those we have achieved on a very, very small scale, very limited cases, right? It's not that we lack the technical expertise to do it. To be honest, it's because we're very poor. Yeah, and I think there are also better ways of doing things, right? I think one of the other things that we were talking about was that, is there a way that instead of us building all these devices ourselves, can we just have the environment talk to each other in a generic manner? So one of the things that we are working on and trying out, even with robots, is acoustic communications, right? Like anyone can tell the robot, hey, go forward, go left and right. But can the robot tell that to the environment or to another brand of devices? That's really difficult. So what we are working on right now, and we are using very old technologies, literally the technologies that they use for 56K modems, that bitrate shifting and all that kind of thing. And so what happens is that when you tell the robot to move forward or to do something, the robot listens to your voice. It might want to interact in the environment. It converts that to a signal that another sensor can hear. So it doesn't matter the brand anymore. We convert the signal, send a command, and basically the door opens or something. For the lights, again, what we're doing is that we can tell the lights, hey, turn on and off. But that only works for a certain brand in a particular ecosystem that we choose. But if you really want to make it agnostic, it might even be the case where I talk to a speaker that's in a room somewhere, and the microphone in a room somewhere, and that microphone looks at what I'm saying, converts it into commands, and then plays it generically so that all the devices within the room can hear it, and then they act on that particular command. So I think if you take a look at what we're doing, the pointing and shooting and gesture, that's done. It's very limited use case because we don't have a lot of money, but it's done. And I think what we're doing next is the acoustic communication. I think that's more interesting.
Maybe I would like to just add on that. In the world of robotics, we look into the field of what we call as HRI. HR stands for human-robot interaction. So there's a lot of studies into it, is that how HR is evolving and how it evolves in a way that we can confidently define the demand signal. So the demand signal, as today Alexia is very clear. Hi Alexia, or Google, hi Google, whatever. So that is actually that moment of time that you draw a line to say you're interfacing on the machine. So from a light standpoint, is that if you want the light to be on, you switch on the light. So that is the interaction per se. But with machines, you do that, hi Google, and blah, blah. So what you're saying is that when the moment coming along, the challenge of HRI evolution is that the post-estimation of anybody coming along, that the contextual interpretation of that, when I do that, I hope the screen can see me, I'm not pointing at the fly or mosquito. I'm just saying that switch on the light, but that particular light. So the challenge of all this evolving, which I can hear from you, is pretty exciting in the world of robotics, because the context of interpretation of that motion is pretty exciting. Because even today, when my wife asks me, can you pass me that? I say, pass you what? That thing now, what do you want? Of course I want that lah. Oh my goodness. So I guess even humans, we got challenged to interpret that context. So I can see your journey coming at, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, but I mean, if I can stretch it a bit more, because I didn't manage to cover this, and to continue what you say, I think, Joe, you asked about the endpoint. I think the endpoint is not even pointing. The endpoint is just looking at it, and like the environment really knows you want it turned off. Yeah, I think that's what real robotics should be, or real IoT should be. Actuation and the environment understanding you.
Correct. Yeah. So that is the pinnacle of how when we no longer has that clear interaction between the switch and hi Alexia. So when we are so confident 99.9%, that's what you say, even the AI can even interpret, when I walk this direction, there is a 99.9% confident level that you want it to be done. So from a service standpoint, there's a difference between when I ask for coffee and the coffee is just. But if I ask for the coffee to be served, even if it's served, a second difference, the whole experience is different.
Yeah.
So try again next time. If I the coffee is ready here, I tell you, that's the ultimate of what robotics to be.
Yes.
Do it before even I ask.
Yeah.
And you have a 99%, I want coffee black.
Yeah. That's why I say that's the future. That's excitement. That's magic. Having to press a button, wow.
I get what you say. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Samson, I've got a question for you. There's one particular thing that you mentioned in your presentation that's quite interesting, which is asset tokenization. So from my layman understanding of that, it is almost like a REIT, like a real estate investment trust kind of a thing where so my question is this token that you tokenize from the asset, is it tradable? Does the price fluctuate, and how does it affect, the value of the property?
Okay, the concept is still new, especially in terms of the Asia side, but the concept already developed and being in practice in US. So they are typically calling it as security token exchange. So, and the price is not fluctuated, rather they use it as a stable coin. So it is already being done in US, and slowly we are getting it to it.
And I assume that you know, despite it's on blockchain, and the transaction that you are using are not cryptocurrencies, right? Yeah.
No, it is not a cryptocurrency. Rather, it became as a token.
I see. Okay. Any question from William?
Yeah, I'm okay with your blockchain because payment is always the challenge, and your initiative is giving a very good awareness to how it's been done. So it's great effort. Thank you.
I have got another question from the audience, you know, which is actually a general question that to maybe all of our speakers here. So we know that building industry in general is a very slow-moving industry. People work in silos, I think, as what Justin has said also. So what is the biggest challenge in terms of, you know, each of your field that brings in, you know, technology, you know, adoption of AI and things? What is the biggest challenge that you see to have mass adoption of each of them in the building industry?
I think I would like to really take it out because we have a passionate discussion when we were having lunch over our burrito. I spent my entire career before I come in US to do teaching and research. So so between the companies, between Panasonic and Hewlett-Packard, I was entirely in product design and manufacturing. So I think Peter will probably appreciate what I'm trying to say. The manufacturing industry has, in a way, perfected CAD, CAM, CAE for the last 50 years, including how the automotive industry has been evolving. And today it's still evolving. And in those days when we were using all the CAD, we got computer graphics so slow, the CAD is so expensive software. But today those things are a soft issue. All right, we can bring explosive view, all those parts together assembly in a touch of a second, because in those days it would take half an hour to load. So what I really want to take this opportunity to the whole audience is sort of say that the experience learned from manufacturing is tremendous to how the construction and building industry were to start to look at what has evolved for the last 30 years. And I got a very strong feeling that I hope Peter would support, and you give your opinion too, that the world of how robotics has made factories automated, CAD tools in product design, and all this will come in influation how it will find its way and trickle into the entire building and construction industry. I feel that I would like to echo my colleague Justin, is the technologies are out there. The challenge is how to get this into the hands of architects and the whole design cycle, and how robots is going to run around the whole construction site from inspection to running around probably doing 3D printing in certain corners. I feel that this is something that could be done from where I come from, manufacturing, but the whole industry we've got to figure out and scratch how this fusion and how this hybrid will come along. Maybe I'd like to pass it over to Peter to add what my thought process. Does this sound logical?
It does, yeah. And the more I learn in this new role, the construction industry, the more I'm surprised by how manual things are today. Right, that there aren't that many robots being used. You know, we see a lot of research as we say that of proof of concepts of, let's say, 3D printing in construction, but not wide scale use. So yeah, I think it's an exciting time. Basically, I think there's a lot of really exciting research going on, and it's a good time to be in the role that I'm in, I think. Yeah.
So Peter, you and I would have some virtual coffee after this.
Excellent.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe to the left, to the rest of the panelists, what are your thoughts about this?
Okay, so we're talking about challenges for our technologies for the construction industry, right? Construction doesn't include architect, right?
It does in a certain way, yes, it does.
I think you guys are in, right? You guys are the starting point, right?
We are in.
Yeah.
Only you know ONG&ONG is in.
Yeah. Okay, so so when we talk about construction industry, I think it starts with this whole process, right? There's the guys who design the building or the concept, or even the guy who sell the concept to the developers. So that's what architects do, and I think architects is more than just building buildings, right? There are installations and all that kind of thing. Then of course, some guy will come in and say, okay, I'm going to be a main con, then he's going to build the building. And after the building is built, people move in, and then there's a caretaking all the way until it's demolished. Now, I think for IoT, right, I think we must understand that as a company, there's only so much you can do. And the construction industry is more than just the guys that build the buildings, more than guys that design the things. There's the guys that bring the stuff in to the construction site. There's the guys that check for it. And there's a whole, I don't know, ecosystem, a support ecosystem after that. So if we talk about like, making IoT happen and all our devices proliferating throughout the IoT industry, I think there must be a different way of looking at things. We have to understand that the people that actually do the work are not exactly the most intelligent of people. So that means that we have to simplify the devices, right? We also know that as a building is being built, there are no power cables, right? So that devices that you install has to be able to run without power in some magical form or another, right? And I think as well, if you look at the finances for the construction industry, look, as the building is being built, like profit margins are really thin and people are very, very conscious, right? So that's the nature of it. And I think for what we have talked about for construction industry or that kind of thing, it's really all about smoothing out the entire adoption process, right? So when we have our devices, one of the things that we are trying to do, we are very desperate for it, is that we need a demo space so that people come, they see, they visualize, and I think especially for hardware, you see it working, you know already, and all your ideas are there. I don't need my slides, yeah, right? I think there's the other part as well, is that we have to make it so simple to install. And I think one of the things that I talked to my team about is that we have to make it so simple where you don't even push a button. Like there's a tab for the battery, you pull that tab out, and then put a sticker behind or a scotch tape behind, scotch it on the wall. If we can get it there, right, confirm that's what's needed for construction industry. Again, it's just the way things are. And I think the last one is really the financial models, right? Are we going to build people one shot upfront all the way, or we take the risk together with them and we work on some, I don't know, installment plan kind of thing, so that this entire payment, it's over time, we believe in their success and we invest in each other's success over time. So, like what I said just now, it's not just a one challenge thing, it's a couple of things together. We have to work with the ecosystem, understand how the ecosystem works, what the real economics and challenges behind it, rather than saying, I have the best product in the world, buy it. Yeah.
I'd like to just add on your point, just kind of triggering interesting. It's about the business model.
Yeah.
So should it be just built all the way through the whole building on the day one?
Yeah.
This is a very interesting thing. I hope that among the audiences also start thinking about it, because just of late, the car maker called BMW, they started a new program. It's called Pay As You Go, which if you want heating on your seats and heating on your steering wheel, you got to pay a subscription. Wow, that's created a huge stuff in the whole world, right? Which you buy a car, you don't have the steering wheel heater on, but yet you buy the car, and you have to pay a subscription and get heated. So there's a bit of interesting controversy. So I guess it's also interesting to just throw in your thoughts, is that who knows, that one will be a very interesting model. In time, even though the building is being built, but without paying a subscription, you will not have a corridor light on. So please pay, then you start to go through. I don't know. These are the interesting things that are coming.
Tesla's self-driving,
Yeah, you don't pay the extra. You just don't have the activated thing. But then the question is, hey, I did pay for the car, right? But it's interesting. So I guess let's see how the industry
let me have a few words on that, because the ideas that you brought across is very, very scary.
Yeah, very scary, because
especially with the lights on the corridor. Because to me, right, I think that's like holding some guy hostage if they don't pay up. That's crossing the line. I'm sorry. It's true.
Well, anyway, it's an idea. To me, if I'm in the middle of winter, my fingers will be freezing and yet the steering wheel cannot be heated. That's also dangerous, right? I'm not able to steer well. But anyway, it's just an interesting thing. So I just want to write upon.
But you got to let me answer that, because they are very serious.
It's a controversy. Let's just see how BMW does this. I'm also watching with big eye how even Tesla goes and pay as a service to drive the car that I bought. Wow.
Okay, so I just need to clear that up, because I don't want people to think I'm gonna hold some guy hostage. Yeah, because I really think that like features like that, that's holding some guy hostage. You don't turn on the lights if you pay up. You don't pay up. Wow. Okay, that's too much. That's crossing a line. Okay, I think what BMW is doing is that, look, there is this. It's already there, right? And this is a luxury experience. Maybe you need it. Maybe you don't need it. So in Singapore, we don't need it. Okay, we save a bit of money. Yeah, but if you're in Europe, okay, can I survive with cold hands? Maybe I wear gloves lah. so they don't pay for it. So that's still a choice, right? But there's also, you know what they have in video games, these DLCs, right? I don't give you a fully featured product until you pay up. Wow, again, I think that's really the really gray area. The whole idea of DLC is like, yeah, holding people hostage, definitely no go. Okay, luxury experiences that you may or may not need, I think that one pretty can try. Things that are like, if you don't pay up fully, you don't get full feature set, gray area.
Yeah, but anyway, just to get an example, because in some countries you're going to have 15 hours daylight anyway.
Yes,
if you're in the middle of
Yeah.
summer, if you're North Pole, you're going to have nearly 23 hours. So if you're in those countries, then the argument comes is, anyway, you're going to have 23 hours of daylight. Why do you need a corridor light on? Okay, anyway.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, never mind. Let's put it on. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
All of us are also looking at how BMW, even Mercedes is coming in with some interesting features that only when you pay, you get that extra.
Yeah.
So it's really rattling the whole industry.
Yeah.
And just want to bring attention, everybody, just enjoy the evolution of it.
And try not to be bad guys, right?
Yeah, Samson, what about you? What are the challenges you think there will be, for the mass adoption of smart contracts in construction?
I could say the time frame to adapt and then the awareness. Those are the two factors. Because at the moment, blockchain itself is an emerging technology. It's not like a completed technology. It's an emerging technology, and every day you can see new innovations coming up with based on blockchain. So second thing, in terms of the awareness, as I mentioned earlier, the moment we say blockchain, suddenly it will be assumed as a cryptocurrency or any other things. And in recent events, especially certain platforms, like 2 or 1 month ago, they face some crashes, the cryptocurrency crashes and all those things. So this gives the influence of users thinking like, okay, blockchain is a cryptocurrency, and since these kind of platforms are going down, it is not secured enough or something. So that awareness needs to be done properly. So users should get an awareness, like a blockchain is not only cryptocurrency, there are a lot of applications can be built upon. So that is the primary challenge we have. Moreover, when we comes to our target audience, I think that is a big challenge. We have to educate them and then make sure the platform and everything is safe to use and provide efficient process flow for the construction industry.
All right, is there anything else from anybody here? Any last words? If not, that will be the end of today's session. And thank you all 4 speakers. We'll see you again tomorrow. Yeah, thank you.
Right, a big thank you to Joe, William, for moderating this second session, the Innovative Roundtable. And thank you as well to our panelists. At this juncture, we'd just like to thank our supporters, Esquire, Allocate Space, Anticat, Autodesk, Johnson Controls, Mir Labs, Notes Pay, NUS, NVIDIA, Snaptrude, SOFA, and of course, SUTD, our venue sponsor. So ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of day 1 of BeyondX. We hope that you have truly benefited from the sessions today, and we also hope to see you tomorrow, bright and early, at 9:30 a.m. for the second and last day of BeyondX. Have a great evening, everyone, and signing off now from BeyondX. Thank you.